2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Yes, sir, that day has arrived, the day that every professional bass angler wants to be in on, be participating in, be in one of those boats right there, the 25 who have made it to the final day of the World Championship, the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota. That was a scene a little bit earlier. The takeoff took place as the 25 went through throngs of people, past throngs here at Volunteer Landing. All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019, which were huge. Nobody ever thought they'd be touched, have been reset here again. It's just thousands and thousands literally at first light out here to enjoy the takeoff. And Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height and Mark Zona. It's a big day. We got a lot of stories. The big story, of course, is at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, I think there's pretty much one story, Tommy Sanders. You're
okay.
right.
We'll narrow it down to that.
Looking at the top of that leaderboard, really, the last time we were here in 2021, we watched a perfect event by that angler right there, Jeff Gustafson. And the best way to put it, I heard Such and Ronnie talk about it, if you add that tournament and this tournament, he has been in the lead 6 days in a row, combining the two events. And really, you talk about a perfect event. Gussie made the comment before this tournament started, if I catch 15 keeper smallmouth, I'm going to be very hard to beat. 10 of them have been weighed in.
Well, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard here in just a second. I'm going to let you see the story in a graphic sense here. But the story is that, 5 guys behind our leader need to have a career day. It's pretty simple, and the leader needs to stumble a little bit. It's a simple formula. There it is represented right there, 35 pounds and 11 ounces. 18.8 on day 1, 17.3 on day 2 for Jeff Gustafson. As you say, a perfect performance. John Cox right behind, well, not right behind him, but John Cox in second and Brian Schmidt right behind him. Drew Benton and Scott Canterbury. It's a big mountain to climb, that is for sure. Our own Robbie Floyd was in the boat with Jeff Gustafson early this morning when they rolled out. Let's listen to what Jeff had to say.
Look at that, Gussie. I mean, it's the final day, but on that very first big keeper you caught, you said 1 down, 14 more to go. Now there's only 5 more to go.
It seems like a small task, but it's going to be hard. I got to have the best day of fishing of my life today, and if I do, we're going to have a party tonight.
A lot of pressure being a day 1 leader, day 2 leader going into this. Are you feeling any of it today?
I mean, that's insane. I got the shakes right now. I got a long boat ride. I'll be calm when I get fishing, and looking forward to getting to fish and just do my thing today.
You're fired up with the Black Ruffle Coffee. I saw you drinking that this morning, but the weight of not only that you have on your shoulders that you put on yourself, but the Canadians that are here in support for you. This feels more like an Olympics to me.
Yeah, it's insane. I'm having the time of my life. Look at this. We got Canadian flags up on the bridge. And it's special. This is the biggest event in the sport. This is a dream come true for me. I got to make it happen today.
Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Jeff Gustafson looking to be the first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Classic, only the second international, and you have to say he has laid the groundwork for it in fine fashion. He has set himself up to do just that today. Take a look at our playing field, Fort Loudoun and Tellico Lakes, at the top of the Tennessee River in our fantastic host city of Knoxville, Tennessee. It has not been an easy. Jeff Gustafson made it look easy. It's not been easy for him, but I tell you what. It's been a thing to watch for sure, and we're going to see what happens here today. We don't take anything off the table. Absolutely. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the mobile version of the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon here in the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. This place will be full, and Mark Zona, Davey Height, we try to think of a way to make our job is to build drama. There's some dramatic things are going to have drama near the top of the leaderboard.
I totally agree with you, Tommy, and really if you look at what has transpired, before we get into how these guys are catching them, what they're doing on the water, if you look at Jeff Gustafson, if you look at Gussie, on the water, off the water, and you talk to other competitors, he's not a good guy. He is a great dude. He is a all-around fisherman growing up in Canada, and looking at what he has done on this body of water. Tommy, you nailed it. He has just made something so hard to do and accomplish on this body of water, catching keeper 18-inch smallmouth, looks so incredibly easy. And the biggest key this time around with Gussie was finding those 2 schools in Tellico, Davey, and the only scary thing for him today, and you could tell this in his interview yesterday, he said, look great on paper, but he said it was grimy out there. I did not get as many bites as I thought I would get. He said, I'm very, very concerned with the warm nights and those smallies instantly going shallow. That, to me, is the only potential for the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said, I'm worried about it getting so warm. I wish it was still cold. Well, it is a little cooler this morning. But you're right. It's incredible what he has done every day that he's fished a tournament here. But can he do it again today? Because most people thought in the Elite Series tournament he was here, there's no way you can catch 4 days, catch 5 smallmouth over 18 inches. But he has done that for 6 days now. We'll see if he can do it for 1 more.
All right. If you want to be the world champion, you put out a performance like so far Jeff Gustafson has shown us. We saw the results of that at the weigh-in yesterday in Thompson Bowling Arena. Man, oh man, what a show it was. And start with our last year's winner, our defending champion, Jason Christie. Actually fought his way back into the top 10 here during the course of yesterday.
Exactly, and really looking at your top 10, definitely a mix. Seeing Austin Felix rise up with a big day yesterday, and well, we talked about it before our show this morning. We have a heck of a race outside of the guy leading this. One of the closest classics ever, except for first place. But really, the one thing to keep your eye on is guys like Corey Johnston, fishing in Tellico, Brandon Lester, who's been one of the only anglers to have solid mornings on largemouth.
Yeah, looking forward to him hopefully having a good start again today. Yesterday, he missed that afternoon bite, catching that good one like Scott Canterbury did. You see the guys that are up there, 2nd through 5th place. Almost all of them had a good afternoon catching a big largemouth.
Drew Benton, some big ones early in the day and late in the day. And Brian Schmidt, who started out, had every bit of confidence that he could get it done, could get up near the top. Slow start, but reeled it back in at the end of the day.
Yeah, not surprising to see him still here, and also not surprised to see John Cox, a shallow water specialist, but doing something a little different than we thought we'd see him doing here, cranking the whole time.
And there he is, Jeff Gustafson, again, 18-8 on the first day, 17-3 for 35-11. Almost a 6-pound lead over second place, John Cox. Let's get out on Fort Loudoun. About a 45-minute ride down to Tellico, where our leader is going to be setting up here when he gets there going. But right now, set up and going, our defending champion from last year at Lake Hartwell in 22, Jason Christie.
Look how white that fish is. It's a good sign that maybe some came in last night. I mean, I wish he was about 5 pounds heavier, but
keeper number 1 for Jason Christie. One other angler who's had a little bit of fireworks early in the morning, Jay Shakurit.
Jay with 14 pounds on day 1, dropped down to 11.6 day 2.
he looks kind of long, huh? Oh, he's got a cut tail though. Oh
no. Notice on your maps of Fort Loudoun, Jay Shakurit and Christie fishing very close to the main lake.
keeper.
He's largemouth.
He ain't much, but he's a 1 pounder anyways.
Taking a look at some of your anglers in the top 10. Gussie still running. Has about a 45-mile run every morning.
Looks like Drew Benton is already there in the Tellico Canal.
Yeah. Davey, you made the comment yesterday on Bassmaster Live that if any of these largemouth fishermen on Fort Loudoun itself are going to push Gussie, they have to get it going earlier than we have seen the first 2 days of this tournament.
Yeah, it's got to. And it's encouraging to see Jason Christie and Jay Security catch one, but they were both, you know, 1 pound and 4 ounces. We've got to see some of those bigger fish, the largemouth, show up this morning. It is a very different day out on Fort Loudoun.
Yes.
Shush.
Late yesterday, got to see some big spinnerbait catches with all the winds that we had. Definitely when we left the expo here in Knoxville, it was gusting all the way up. You could tell it was up around 30 to 40 miles per hour, helping that spinnerbait bite. We are not going to have that today.
No. And like I mentioned, they were both small fish, but Jason Christie caught one on a spinnerbait and Jay Security on a vibrating jig and with no wind, so that is a little encouraging.
Those geese are having a time out there.
They will not shut up, will they?
No.
No.
I believe it is. Spawning season for them as well.
Yes, yes.
Been attacked by some of them in the past this time of year.
What were you doing? We're safe in here,
I'm
Z.
just being honest.
We're safe here.
You ain't happy about something.
I think Drew Benton, although he was nowhere around when Gussie came into the canal and was fishing yesterday afternoon, is fishing where Gussie caught his
big one
last
late.
fish.
Yes,
yeah.
3.5 pounder
Yep.
late in the
Yep.
day yesterday.
Drew Benton was on Fort Loudoun throwing a spinnerbait at that point. Catching some nice largemouth.
That is exactly where Gussie told us he was going to start this morning.
Yes, yes.
It was interesting to talk to Gussie after he weighed in yesterday. Still running this morning, actually, and these days and times this is normal. He identifies, he talked about it yesterday, as a snow leopard. I didn't know that. No, he does.
Really?
Yeah, there's furry groups, really strange. I mean, it's cool. I mean, you know.
I'm not sure I heard the same conversation you did, Steve. Intriguing.
It's totally normal. It's totally normal these days.
Yep.
Guys, speaking with Drew Benton yesterday in the TV room, he mentioned, hey, I'm going out fourth. I might not win this event, but I will win the boat race down there, and I have to try to catch a few smallmouth because I don't know how many big largemouth I can catch in the day. And every keeper 18-inch smallmouth he can catch, that's less pressure that he's going to have to deal with trying to catch a 5-pound largemouth or something. Much better to go shoot for 2 of those than having to catch 4 largemouth.
Well, that's how he started his day yesterday. Right.
That's what's so amazing about what Gussie has done, because Corey Johnson, Drew Benton, there were 6 or 7 guys that their plan was to hopefully go there and catch 2.
Yes.
Did not think they could catch a limit.
Different day, flat calm. Every day at this Classic has been a different set of conditions to deal with. Let's take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. The high today, 77 degrees, basically just above room temperature. Low 55 tonight, and sunny. Just perfect conditions. Yesterday it was really blowing. Had a big line of storms pass through early in the morning on Saturday. But everything is just flat calm, and sort of day you enjoy in the springtime for sure. We have got more to come. Just getting started today. The final day, championship day, the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Great to have you with us on Bassmaster Live, the special Bassmaster Live, the final day of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Toyota. It is a long way to the end of the day, but at the end of the day, the ultimate achievement in this sport will be recognized, crowning a new world champion, or possibly, I guess, a repeating world champion. But the thing is, we got a lot of water to cover here, a lot of fish catching to watch, and a lot of drama probably along the way as well. We are looking at the leaderboard right now, and Jeff Gustafson hasn't changed much at the very top since we started. We're going to take you right down now. Jeff Gustafson has reached the Tellico area, and our Robbie Floyd is standing by. Robbie?
Big decisions made for these anglers at the Bassmaster Classic. Running down to the canal is going to take at least 36, 37 minutes. That's what we did in our Phoenix. That's what Drew Benton did, making it to his first spot this morning. The big question is, what does Gussie do? He's in a much slower boat. It's going to take him at least 45 minutes. And you're leading the Bassmaster Classic. You've got that big decision to make that long run each day. And then when you get to your first spot, I can tell you right now, it's exactly where Drew is. That's where he wanted to start. He doesn't know that. So then what does he do? His next spot is right up the line. Austin Felix is probably going to be in that spot. What does Gussie do? Big decisions made when you're the Bassmaster Classic leader going into this final day. We're about to find out.
Ay.
Well,
okay.
Yeah. This is, all right, a moment that could be anticipated for sure.
Yeah, you know, we know the whole story. Gussie and Drew
You
Benton
saw this coming yesterday.
Yes. They probably had no idea. I don't think Drew had any idea that Gussie caught his last fish that he caught with. Probably his biggest fish yesterday right there. Ooh, now that
stings.
Welcome to the area.
Yeah. I don't know.
Welcome to the pain cave.
Hopefully for Gussie, he did not see that. I think maybe he had just turned his head. But Drew Benton has started hit there every day, so in his defense.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
But he's only stayed for 2 hours every morning.
Yes.
The right one.
Yeah, when you're not measuring them, those are the right ones.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. 18 inches minimum, and you're not even putting him on a board.
And Gussie said late yesterday when he made that late day call, caught a small one, then backed it up with a 3.5 pounder. He said there was a swarm, I mean a trenasse of them in that area. I don't know if that was proper, but
sure.
I had like 4 come up there, and that was the biggest of the 4. And I was like, please bite it. Don't let one of them little ones get it.
Wow, that was unbelievable. The question was, what would Gussie do? He actually pulled up, sat down right next to Drew. I've never seen anybody fish that close at their very first spot. Usually they'll move on, but it looked like Gussie was okay with it, and then he realized, man, this isn't quite right now. I fished here before. I'll come back later. And within 10 seconds, Drew Benton catches his first keeper of the day. I don't even think Gussie noticed. He is only about 100 yards away, and Drew catches his first one literally the exact same spot that Gussie was in just a moment ago.
And with that fish, Drew Benton moves into second place.
Right. 4 pound or better smallmouth for Drew Benton. Gussie's been throwing a Z-Man 4-inch jerk shad. Color is smelt. 3/8 ounce. Smeltinator jig head, pretty much exactly what he used the last time we were here. We have that bait, actually. We'll show the setup later this morning in studio. For the most part, he's been using 10-pound braid to a 10-pound fluorocarbon leader. Kind of rough talks him when he hooks him.
He does. He does.
Jeez, bite it.
So we're looking at
his bait
and a fish that just, that's a fish swimming
Several.
right up to his bait. That's a great example of, in my opinion, why Gussie is so dominant here. You don't see those fish because they're on the flat on the bottom. Most of the smallmouth fisheries we go to with that forward-facing mega view, you see those fish all the time, basically. You have to coax those fish to come up off the bottom where you can see them.
And really, the reason he's in this position is not the canal in between Loudoun and Tellico. It's what he's done in Tellico with those 2 different schools. And he made the comment, we can kind of really start to dive into it. They were not areas that you could just idle. He said, I had to fish for them to see if they were there.
Yes.
You know, you couldn't just idle and, mark a rock vein or something like that. And he said, look, man, I fished 100 points, deeper areas in Tellico, and found 2 spots where nobody else found even 1 spot in Tellico fishing deep.
That's what's so amazing. How does he find 2?
Right.
And no one else finds 1?
He's got something.
Because a lot of people tried. A lot of people tried. And not just people, very good fishermen that are qualified to fish in the Bassmaster Classic.
If we remember, yes, the 2021 event went off with no problems for Gussie for the most part, but he had to deal with that hour and a half. Everyone else did too, but he had to deal with that hour and a half of fog delay, the final day waiting, and the uncertainty of would they show up, because that was his key window of time in that event. He got there, got settled in, and finally caught his fish, within the first 15 minutes, and it settled him down. We'll see here if he can, based on this adversity, catch one, and then it all goes to plan.
And he said, these fish in this canal right here, compared to the schools in Tellico, those 2 schools, he said these fish where he caught them 2 years ago and all of the local pressure for the last 30 years. Yeah. He said they're so much harder to catch in the canal this time around from 2 years ago compared to those ones that we watched on days 1 and 2 in Tellico itself.
Now look at John Coxon, among others. What a different look to where Jeff Gustafson is fishing.
Yeah, I freaking broke a big one off right after that, yeah. I don't know if it was a bass, but I pulled into him too hard, and I guess I got a nick in my line from that first one.
Gussie is already wrapping it up.
But sometimes you got to catch up to him, and I mean, he was already turned going the other way whenever I pulled up on him. Here comes a little one right here.
I think that was Drew Benton saying he just broke a big one off.
Oh, it's been a really good week. You know, caught 13 and 16, and we're at the final day here. We have a shot. It's been an excellent derby thus far. Today is the day, though. It's all about the changing conditions so far for me. You know, I gotta do the right thing today. I don't want to go down just, you know, go down with the horse that got me here. I kind of do. I feel like, you know, we got a lot of changing conditions where I'm at. We have a lot of mud that's moved through. You know, everything I know about rivers, the conditions that I have right now. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Hey, buddy.
Schmidt seeing something interesting there, obviously. Schmidt with a lot of confidence in his area, despite the fact that it gets slow for him and for extended periods of time. We are underway this morning. Jeff Gustafson still holds on to that lead, but cutting into it just a little bit. Drew Benton, who arrived in Tellico Canal area first, put a good one in the boat, and we understand missed a good one as well. So interesting developments early on today. John Cox yet to have a fish. Ryan Schmidt feeling something right there, and the rest of our anglers ready to get on the board. We'll be right back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
It's a good Sunday morning to you. It is a great Sunday morning if you're into bass fishing. This is the day when the 25 most worthy have emerged and are gunning for the top award in the sport, the World Championship here. Final day of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, and Jeff Gustafson has been the one to demonstrate so far that, well, at this point in time, he is the most worthy. Can he take this one home? That's the big story. On top of everything today, we got a lot of guys, a lot of able, worthy guys chasing him as well. So it's a big day, the biggest in the sport of bass fishing. Oh, we got Big Fish Alert. Skeeter Big Fish Alert. Such, is that something we should take note of? I think so. I can't hear you.
Oh, yes.
Brandon Card got a 4-pounder, jumped inside our top 10.
All right. Brandon Card, who has
Skeeter
a lot
Boat's
of
Big Fish Alert
experience here. Ronnie Moore is here as well. We find him at the Screen of Knowledge, Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Ronnie, take it away.
Yeah, Tommy, Brandon Card was one of the guys that we considered a local here. He's one that we expected to do well just outside of our top 10, 1 ounce out of our camera coverage today. Good to see him showing out in his home state despite all the situations he's going through this year, health concerns-wise. But at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, talking about Bassmaster, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, if you look at the top 5 guys coming into the final day and their percentage ownership-wise, there's a couple guys you really didn't expect to maybe be here on the final day based on how the river we projected it to set up or how it has set up this week. But get Jeff Gustafson at 7%, like we mentioned yesterday, in Bucket A with a lot of our Angler of the Year previous Classic winners, some Tennessee anglers as well. So his percentage is a little knocked down from what we probably expected or what we should have had it at. John Cox at 13%. He was one who also impacted Jeff Gustafson's rate right there. Drew Benton and Brian Schmidt, though, really big surprises for some folks. If you know Brian Schmidt's record on river fisheries, though, you might have put him on your fantasy team. 1.5% for Schmidt, 1.3% for Benton. Meanwhile, Scott Canterbury had flashes and signs of a big-time time event here in 2021, fishing the way he likes to do it. He said if the water was a foot or two higher, he really would have a lot of cover in the water to be able to do what he likes to do. But we saw yesterday afternoon a couple 4-pounders, put him in the top 5, and about 6.6% of fantasy players chose him for their team. He was in a lower bucket. I believe he was in bucket C, so a lot of people to choose from, but those were how our 5 guys sorted out. And guys, if you were looking in bucket D and E for guys who aren't on the Elite Series to make today's cut, there were 3 non-Elite Series qualifiers to make the top 25. Louis Minetti from the College Series, he's the 3rd college angler to ever make the final day of the Classic, following Jordan Lee and Cody Huff, both doing that at Guntersville in past years. And then we had Jonathan Dietz from the Bass Nation, 20th place coming into the final day. And then we also had JT Tompkins, despite his issues on day 1 mechanically, had a good day 2, consistent 8 to 9 pounds each day, sneaks into that top 25. So not only do we have a great top 5, but we have representation of almost every single level of the Bassmaster Tournament Series in the Classic.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, that's how they drew it up. That's the way it's supposed to work right there. We get them from different directions, but boy, they have worked hard. All of them, all the 55 who showed up here having qualified. And the 25 who remain today, that's what we're concentrating on. Let's get out to former Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Austin Felix, down in the Tellico Canal area.
And really, Austin Felix, brutal day 1. 7 pounds and 14 ounces, backing it up with a big day yesterday, just under 16 pounds.
He's closer, but I think he's still short.
Did not make it, so Austin.
No.
Moving on.
It's surprising to me the number of smallmouth that we've seen landed here this week. How many have been boat flipped on these, light line finesse technique versus a St. Clair or
totally agree
Lake
with
Ontario.
That. Yeah, that was the one thing we asked Gussie that we got into after the weigh-in on day 1 was what pound fluorocarbon are you using? Tried to boat flip about a 4 1/4 the first morning. That was one of his first fish. Lost that one, but
they must be fighting differently.
They do not. You watch Gussie do this. He doesn't mess around with them.
Austin Felix with 7, just almost 8 pounds on day 1. Really upped his game yesterday, 15-12.
And we do have Gussie leaving. He is leaving the canal, heading to either his 2nd or 3rd school.
He hoped to pick up 1 or 2 in the canal and then go to those 2 places. So it's going to be interesting what happens in the next 20 minutes for Gussie.
Yes. If you're just tuning in on Bassmaster Live, one thing Gussie said was that where he caught them all on Friday in that 25-minute flurry, he said there was a lot less life there yesterday.
And we assume that's going to be his next stop there, or the place that he caught more of them yesterday?
I would say where he caught them yesterday. Just from the way he sounded yesterday, I think. So where he caught them on Friday in that 25-minute flurry, all that is a 20 to 30-foot ledge with rock, cracks in rock. You'd see a lot of those fish rise out of his Mega Live. The other one is just a slow rounding point, very featureless.
No rock.
He said absolutely no rock, just a barren bottom, but said there was about 3 different pods, wolf packs of them on that point. And he said yesterday there was 1 wolf pack.
We're going to have to bail on this deal. I'll tell you that right now. I gave New my other spot. Well, like, I kind of need it now. It's too far to go at this point.
Davey, explain that.
So I just heard Brian Schmidt. He's good friends with Brian New.
Explain that, friend.
Man, I'm going to have to bail on this. It's not working here, but I gave New my other spot, who is in 25th place.
He's Davey.
You're in third place, and you're giving someone your other spot.
You know, Brian New is only 19 pounds, 11 ounces behind.
Jeez,
Davey. He's still in it.
What the?
What is going on this week?
Holy
different
cow.
tournament. It's just a different deal.
It really is.
So what a coincidence. Yesterday
Hey,
afternoon,
Davey,
I see Brian New.
I have a question for you. When you won the Classic 24 years ago, going into the final day, did you hand out any
I gave
areas?
Van Dam my other spot.
Yeah.
He had a big day the final day. Nobody really knew that I gave him my other spot.
Davey,
That is
I've hung out with you.
hilarious.
I've actually fished tournaments with you.
Stress.
I don't see you ever doing anything like that, ever.
No.
The heavy schedule, the stress, the lack of sleep, it makes it a different week.
Interesting.
That's by design, as we pointed out yesterday. These guys are made to feel uncomfortable because that's the ultimate test.
Well,
This is
don't
the
make
ultimate
yourself feel uncomfortable, Tommy.
Well,
You're
yeah.
in third place at a
Sometimes
Bassmaster
you
Classic.
feel like joining
You got
in.
nowhere else to go because you gave your other spot away.
Jeff Gustafson still on top. Drew Benton
Where-
with a
where have
4-pound,
we ended
3-ounce
up?
in second place. Brandon Card having moved up into our top 10, catching a 4-pounder earlier today. We assume that's probably going to be a largemouth. Some movement going on out there. We look for everything to pick up more and more as we get deeper into the day, but still in the first, basically the first hour of setting up and being fishing. So we'll see what happens. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Fort Loudoun Lake on the Tennessee River, top of the Tennessee River here, also connected to Lake Tellico, coming up from the Little Tennessee River here. And that is our playing field today. Just an incredible place. Each one of these reservoirs, the 9 on the Tennessee River, have a different character, all of them very much entwined with the history of bass fishing. So much history here. A look at the way our 10 anglers that we are in the boat with this morning are laid out. There's Jeff Gustafson down there, Drew Benton. We've seen Drew catch a fish there in the canal. Jeff Gustafson has moved away from that area as it stands right now.
And it kind of looks, Tommy, looks like the area where he caught them on day one.
Yes, you were right.
Again, 25 to 30 feet of water right there.
Little guy. That's not gonna cut it. Well, 17 and a half. That's a shame. All right, got a bite at least.
There's more pressure on him than most people think.
Absolutely, man. No doubt.
I didn't have quite the lead he had, but I had like a 5-pound lead going into the final day of the Classic that I won. And
come on.
I promise you, there was a lot of pressure.
You got it
on
done
me.
fairly quick, though.
Well, he's been getting it done pretty quick, too. We'll see what happens today. But
there's been in this tournament for him, there's been 90 minutes of dead time to start every day.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, there's a big mark right down, but he's just like swimming around, but
I mean, you want to win, and you know you've got the
No,
greatest
something's
opportunity,
up.
but you also don't want to be that guy that lost a huge lead.
No.
I mean,
No.
that crosses your mind. I guarantee you he has thought about that.
Yeah. And there's just so many days you're going to have a 5-pound lead going
Yes.
into the last day of the
Absolutely.
Classic. That's pressure.
One thing Gussie told us yesterday, one of his biggest keys, fishing this way, people call it moping. Strange word for it, but he said the number one key is you keep that bait above them.
Yes.
Which, for anybody that's in Canada watching this, that is ice fishing 101. You keep that bait above them and get them to rise. Very similar to walleye fishing, a lot of the rivers and lakes up north.
You don't get them. They just smarten up real quick.
They say smart. They smarten up real quick. Catching that small one is not just disappointing because it is a non-keeper, but there was probably several fish there.
Yes.
One of them could have been a keeper. You want to catch it. But even when you catch the non-keepers, those fish wise up to what's going down.
Really quick.
They really do.
Let me ask you guys a small amount of question. We go to the St. Lawrence, places like that. We see, obviously catching them out of little groups there or bigger groups. We see so many followers when that fish comes up. I don't think we see so many here. What's the difference?
Day one on this spot, there was.
Was there?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't seeing him.
You'd see him rise up on his Mega Live. You'd see him come up to about 10 foot under the surface.
But
then
not those ones you see from a camera in the boat watching the landing,
But I think also there's just a larger population of fish.
Well,
there.
yeah, there's and more competition.
Yeah.
One thing was cool, Gussie told us, was, didn't he say almost half of his bass last season he caught on this technique?
Yeah, Ontario, fork.
Pickwick, fork.
Yeah.
That was the one thing when we talked to him yesterday that
look at those.
Amazed me.
Absolutely.
It's great to see those. I mean, there's 3 or 4 fish right there I guess he's fishing for, but on Friday those fish were biting.
Yes.
Well, big crowds are a big part of the Classic, and out on the water, certainly we see more boats following our leaders. Robbie Floyd joins us with some news on that.
One thing I really haven't seen much of are the flotillas, the massive boats that follow the leaders the first couple of days of the Bassmaster Classic. Today seems a little different. You see these boats starting to move away. Drew Benton's just to my left here. He's loving that. He wants to get these boats away from him. Don't want to spook those fish. Everybody else is going to Gussie's Hole, the place he won the Bassmaster Elite Series 2 years ago. Austin Felix has been there each and every morning. I think Austin's there now, but they know that's going to be a big congregation. You can see this early in the morning, there's already at least 20 some odd boats in that area. That's something these anglers don't want to deal with, but when you're at the Bassmaster Classic, it's something you have to deal with.
Thank you, Robbie.
It's amazing to me, even with Bassmaster Live, you have that many boats following the leader. Back in the day before Live, we had 50.
Yeah. That was the only chance you had to see a live fish.
But even with Bassmaster Live, you have a lot of fishing fans that want to be out on the water.
Seeing Gussie's Mega Live, looking at 54-degree water temp.
Yes.
And really that's the bottom end of Telico. A lot of anglers said yesterday there was fish starting to act like they were getting a little spawny in a lot of the backs of the pockets on Fort Loudoun, where water temps were spiking up into the low 60s.
John Cox remarked on a couple of fish like that. Says they're getting ready to make a nest. They're going. Yeah.
Looking at his Mega Live, this particular spot has more contour to it than the other one, the place that he caught a lot of his fish yesterday. To me, this place, the fish would be moving off of faster than the flat place that he will go to next. But there are still fish here. He just hasn't been able to get a keeper to bite yet this morning. It's great to see those fish, but boy, it's frustrating when you know they're there and you just can't get them to bite.
Our leader to start the day by almost 6 pounds. His lead. He's had that cut into a little bit by Drew Benton. Now 4 pounds and 3 ounces behind Jeff Gustafson, who's still waiting his first keeper fish for the day. So that's a story so far. And all of the different implications of that. We've got a lot of time left. We got 8 hours plus of fishing on this final day of the Bassmaster Classic. We are going to take you through all of it. We'll take ourselves a break and come right back right now.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. We're here live with you. Very important day. Final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series 2023, the Academy Sports and Outdoors, the World Championship. And we have got a lot of stories working for you today. Our leader, Jeff Gustafson, starting with an almost 6-pound lead. There he is right there. He said he would not feel safe today until he had 5. 5 keepers in the boat. Always a tall order. No one else has been able to do it with smallmouth, but Jeff Gustafson.
He's been able to do it, and it's amazing how easy he has made it look for now 6 days in a row if we add the Elites and the 2 days of the Bassmaster Classic. His last 6 days fishing these 2 lakes. But it is no small order.
No. Got to get a keeper in this boat and we'll feel a lot better. But it's going to be hard today. I know it will. And I just got to patience, a little bit of persistence here, and hopefully we can trick a couple of these things.
Well, the thing that is on Gussie's side right now is it has been the same Fort Loudoun that we have seen the first 2 days of this tournament, and it is not being kind to your largemouth fishermen early today.
No. Yes. If we had a leader, 6-pound lead, most places we go,
they've lost
and
the
he
lead.
hasn't caught anything for the first hour and a half,
Yes.
oh, there would be.
That's what I've been watching.
That's how tough it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Switching baits a lot today. He's going from one to the other.
Yes.
He's used both of them this morning.
Yeah, and really Gussie's used 2 different sizes of a Z-Man jerk shad this week. He's been using a 4-inch, and then he's scaled down to the smaller 3-inch. He'd rather not be using that 3-inch because there's a tendency to catch some undersized fish on that.
There's a fish you can see on his Mega Live right now. There's a fish right at his bait.
And he's caught quite a few fish in vertical throughout the last 2 days, but he's also caught quite a few little pitch casts.
Yeah, it seems to be fishing a lot about 15 to 20 feet away from the boat.
Yeah.
Right in that range. Just a little pitch cast.
And we
like
gonna take and slink on back into Fort Loudoun. Alabama angler having a good tournament here. Said he loves the way this body of water sets up Scott Canterbury. A lot of work flipping a jig and lay down, spinner baiting yesterday.
Like Drew Benton, he upped his total from day 2 over day 1 by more than a couple of pounds, so going in the right direction.
Kind of broke down on the stage.
Day 1.
The weigh-in on day 1.
Yeah.
That's a good one there. Yeah. That's a good one there.
That is a good.
That's why we're fishing this stuff shallow. I mean, you ain't getting many bites, but that's the kind we gotta have. Fishing this stuff, I'm fishing in the dirt out here. That's a nickel spinnerbait, tandem with a big Indiana blade on it. And that's a good, solid Tennessee River fish, healthy, 2 1/4 pounder or something like that. That's a good fish.
Canterbury owns a Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title, would like nothing more than to bookend that with a classic trophy, that's for sure. He is driven.
Wife picks all his weigh-in music.
That's right. We talked about
Picked
that.
Metallica, Harvester of Sorrow. Made me a bigger fan of Dixie when she picked that song. You know what that?
I think he's going to try to parlay, if he was to win the Classic today, he's going to try to parlay that into a fishing trip with Nick Saban, because that's all he's talked about in the interviews backstage. Nick Saban's the best coach after every answer, which, I'm not going to disagree with.
Nick Saban is big. I think he has a home on Lake Martin, correct?
And Lake Burton, which, if you know,
Lake Martin,
the mountain fisheries is
right.
Yeah,
Nick Saban, big into the moping technique.
That's only in a down year, Z. It's only in a down year.
There we go. That
one
caught me off guard. Had it swimming all the way to the boat. That's a solid 2.5.
Jay Security having a good tournament, but every time we go to him, I'm like, why is he not smallmouth fishing?
I've thought that all week.
Yeah, so what I caught that fish on was a Strike King structure jig, 3/8 ounce. It's the same one I throw back home for largemouth and smallmouth. It's more of a finesse jig than a bulky actual flipping jig. I just like the structure jig a lot because it gets them in the boat. I don't know what it is about it, but the hookup ratio is pretty phenomenal. And I'm using it in a blue craw color. That's my favorite color anytime the water's not super dirty. But yeah, just flipping it around this isolated wood. I got a Menace trailer on the back. That one scared me. Thought I was gonna lose him.
That's your Bass Pro Shops top lures with Jay Shakura on the board, just like Scott Canterbury. As we saw then, things may be starting to happen a little bit for the largemouth anglers.
Yeah, nice little subtle trailer on the back of that jig.
Real shallow, maybe a foot of water.
The more I talked to Jay Shakura in the TV interview room, just he is rock solid, and he mentioned that I want to go out there and fish for smallmouth, but a lot of the people have been messaging that back home, one of the toughest rivers in Wisconsin is the one that he lives closest to, and that's a grimy, largemouth grinder tournament. So he's accustomed to the tough largemouth fishing.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
Things just tightened up.
Yeah, they did.
Second place, Drew Benton.
Oh boy!
And here's what Drew Benton has that Gussie does not have.
3-pounders, you gotta throw back.
Largemouth to go to later today.
Yeah.
So I was thinking after that first good one he caught, will he just stick with the smallmouth today? He put one more in the boat in the next hour. That'll be a dilemma for Drew Benton, I think.
I agree with you.
Especially because the conditions are so different today. That wind really helped Drew and some other guys with the spinnerbait bite yesterday afternoon, I think. Oh.
Got to make sure on this one. Make sure it's 18. Pinch the tail.
He won't relax. Put him back in the water. He's tensed up. I think he'll go.
Ooh, I'd be nervous right there. Yeah.
If Jim Better's watching, he'd be like, son, do not do that.
Yeah.
That right there is par for the course this week, though.
Yeah.
It really is.
Nope. He's like,
oh, 17. I think he's short.
I do too. I do too.
Can't quite see good enough.
Back he went.
Oh, back he went. Oh.
17,
Dodged a bullet there. Did
Like I said, he'll be largemouth fishing in an hour or two.
yeah, as you were saying.
Not enough.
He's so.
Oh. Getting some action starting to stir here. Final day of the Classic. We're still not certain, not to a certainty about what the outcome is going to be in each hour of this day, but it inevitably moves toward the final hour, and after that, the weigh-in. That's coming up here on Bassmaster.com at 3:15. So definitely mark that down. Don't miss that. Jeff Gustafson still on top. About a 4-pound, 3-ounce lead ahead of Drew Benton. Scott Canterbury with that good one he just caught, moving into third. We will be right back.
2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Well, 55 anglers qualified for this one here. 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota. 25 remain on this final day. 25 with a shot at the World Championship, and that's the ultimate opportunity for a professional bass fishing angler. And we started out with Jeff Gustafson, our leader, as he has gone wire to wire so far during this thing, but things have tightened up a bit. Drew Benton caught a good size smallmouth 4-3 to a 3-2, I should say, to cut the lead 2-4-3. So it's getting a little bit tight. Scott Canterbury moving up as well. Take a look at our anglers as they are distributed out across our playing field, Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
Yeah, and really Fort Loudoun getting the majority of the attention this week, big time. Eerily similar to tournaments we have had here in the past. The Little River area has been a big player, really within 2 to 3 miles of that region of Fort Loudoun. And again, Fort Loudoun fishes way different than Tellico. Fort Loudoun, a lot more color in the water, fishes a lot shallower, gets a lot more pressure. As we get down to the bottom of Fort Loudoun, about 45 miles from our takeoff there at Knoxville towards the dam where it connects with Tellico. Not as big a player. Tellico, as we've seen in years past here.
Not as big a player. And one thing about Fort Loudoun.
Yeah.
Usually there's a section where you see by day 3 whether it's the Classic or, ooh, Gussie is hooked up.
Maybe. Yes, I think we got one, guys. Let's cross our fingers. It's gonna be close. Yep. Number 1, 11, 4 to go.
That is so big right now.
Yeah, you heard him, man. You hear him take that deep breath.
Thanks, buddy.
Sigh of relief.
You guys mentioned it. Normally, when you go for a while without one, it's a bad deal and you've gotten past, but it's a great thing that he hasn't caught one and he still had a 4-pound lead, and now he adds his first keeper. I know that he doesn't have a great afternoon bite, but man, he doesn't have to feel like he's behind. He has a lead for a reason.
There was quite a few of them there. I don't know where they all went, but
you could see that he's got onto that deep, flat point, very featureless.
I just noticed it about time you were saying that. This is his 3rd spot.
Where he caught most of them yesterday.
One.
Yes.
One down. Feels good. I still got the shakes. Still very stressful. But we're on the board. 4 to go.
This is the place that we agreed probably the last place these smallmouth will be leaving from to go spawn.
A little more stable.
And it's received less pressure than the other two places. So I'm sure he's hoping this is his money place, so to speak. The juice for day 3.
It's kind of a nice chunk.
Really listening to Gussie. Hear him counting down his fish total, where he said,
not as much as I was hoping, but yeah.
If I weigh in,
just
15
like,
smallmouth.
Yeah, there was like, they just started like coming off the bottom like crazy there, but now I can't see one. There's a wounded shad. That thing must have puked up right. I can see him just sort of floating on top. Here we go. Get it, get it, get it, get it, baby, get it. Oh. Ah, little guy. There's followers though.
Small fish right there.
Come on, come on. Look at this.
Like to get a look at his mega live right there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, you can just keep that up.
Yeah.
There's no reason to take that down.
At all. No.
Oh, that's 3, 4 I saw there.
Acting kind of wise to his tricks.
Not really what you want to see on the money spot.
Oh.
See his bait heading down right there.
Yep. He's made a bait change. He didn't like the way they were not responding to that bait, so we'll see. And not always does he go from the bigger bait to the smaller bait. One of his key fish yesterday, he switched up from the smaller bait to the big bait and got that fish to bite.
I got one other bait in here. I'm going to try one thing.
Oh. One other bait we haven't seen, maybe? Like a Nico, maybe?
Looked like it.
See it headed down, a slower fall.
Mm-hmm.
When he talked about yesterday identifying as the snow leopard, Tommy, he talked about the whole story, hanging with Seth and Corey Johnston and talking with Mercer about that. And when we opened up here, I have to apologize more than anything. What do you identify as? These days and times, it's fine.
Well, the snow leopard story involved him watching a National Geographic show where a leopard falls like 1,000 feet down.
Which surprised me. I thought they were agile.
It was not as agile maybe as so. Yeah, I would be a less agile critter. You know, a sloth would be a good thing for me to identify. The sloth.
Davey, anything? Go ahead.
I got nothing. Oh, he gave that Nico like one drop.
One drop is what that Nico got.
And did not get a good reception.
I was fishing last week and had some fish on my Mega Live that I could not get to bite.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Dang it. Oh, terrible. Terrible. That was a pretty nice one. Man, we just had to change our direction a little bit. Gosh, I just think it barely had that one.
Did not see how big, but same area that we saw him in 2021 for John Cox.
Sure got his rod bent over good until now.
It wasn't a bad one.
John Cox has thrown one lure the entire event. Fritz side crankbait.
Gosh, oh, I got him still. There we go. That guy should make it. I hope he is. I don't know. He's getting smaller looking at him. Gosh, he swallowed it. Oh yeah, there's one.
First keeper for John Cox. Had some good ones yesterday in his limit. Fired for him later today, as it did for a lot of the largemouth specialists out there today, or the ones who have cast their lot with largemouth at any rate. But Jeff Gustafson, big catch for him. Getting on the board, very, very important. And again, I'll repeat what he told us yesterday. Won't feel like he's good to go until he gets 5 in the live well. 5 18-inch or better smallmouth. So that is his mission he is on today. And he's 1 with 4 to go. We'll be back in just a moment.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Biggest day of the year in the sport of bass fishing. Final day of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. Our fantastic host city is Knoxville, Tennessee. A perfect match for this big, big event in sports. How many big events have gone down in that football house of the SEC? Neyland Stadium, right down the street from where we are at the convention center here. What a great community. A great time being had by all at this most important day of the year. We're glad you're with us today on Bassmaster Live. We got a special guest here.
Yes.
You all know who he is, the 2003 Bassmaster Classic champion, 2006 Angler of the Year, winner of the Bass Nation. You've done it all, the only guy to have done all that stuff. Incredible, incredible. Mike Iaconelli, thanks for making a little time for us.
Thank you, Tom. It's good to see you.
Oh, man.
Hey, Z.
So kind of a big week for you here. Voted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. And please, when we were at intermission, Mike, say exactly what you said to me.
It doesn't feel real. And
Okay.
I said, I put my headphone down and I said, Z, I'm just a Jersey dirtbag. But it's honestly how, it's a very humbling thing. It's unbelievable. It still doesn't feel real. But deep in my heart, I'm a fan of the sport. I feel like I just started. And it feels strange to be in that group.
You know what's really weird about it? I actually said this to Karen when yesterday we were on the set, and then I found out that you were voted in the Hall of Fame. I mean this. You outside, look, what you've done on the water in your professional career, you deserve it for that. But in all honesty, I hang with you off the water, and I've seen what you've done. Don't get me wrong, I love doing some of the late night Ike Lives that we've done together, but what you've done and what Becky's done for kids, I truly mean this. That's incredible. And to me, that is one of the reasons. I've watched you at events with children. Tommy is for years. Congratulations, because
Thank you.
You have one 1,000% deserved it.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It feels good. You know, when you look at your career, you can look back at the wins and the trophies and the awards and accolades. But to know that you've had a little part of growing something, of getting people into the sport, kids and new people, just a little part of that feels good.
That's phenomenal what you're able to do.
Do you feel like, since you've been voted in the last 24 hours, do you feel like you've matured more, Mike?
I would say no. I see Becky off camera here shaking her head. No. Definitely not.
That's fine.
Definitely not.
You got plenty of time to sink into that. Talking about those tournament wins, the most appropriate one to talk about now is that win back in 2003. We're working on a history project for the Bassmasters, and we went through that, and you gave a tremendous account of it. As we look at some of this footage, take us through that incredible win.
Yeah, this is, wow, I'm loud. This is a winning moment, and when it's happening, you don't know. In this sport, I had no idea at this point that was a winning fish, but it was. And the moment that you know you've won and that trophy goes over your head, your life has changed like that. It's changed instantly like that. And as it's happening, I don't know that you recognize that, but I can look back on this, getting chills looking back on this, and knowing that this moment, I became a different person. My life took a right. It's unbelievable.
That was a grimy tournament. I mean, it was a tough one. We have definitely had one of those on our hands this week on Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Eerily similar to tournaments that we've had here, whether it's been an Elite Series event or when we had the Classic here in 2019. And talk about that. Even though when Ott Defo won here, he was out of fish, man.
Oh, yeah.
By the final. We're seeing a little bit of that happening on Championship Sunday here today.
Yeah, grimy tournaments and trying to hang on, trying to survive. I know Ott did that. I was the chaser in that tournament, trying to chase him down.
Right.
And I feel like the similarities are really uncanny, because if Gussie can put 5 of these brown ones in the boat,
it's over.
It's over. Yeah. But can he put 5 more in the boat? That's the question.
And when he won here, we did. We built the drama up like we blah, blah, blah on the final day.
Yep.
And we're like, he's got to catch 5 to win this thing. Well, he did it in relatively quick fashion that day. 4-day event. It has not been easy today.
Not easy. Slow, grimy, grind. I like these classics better than the blowouts, though. This is good TV.
You were involved in one of the big time in 2005, to be sure.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, let's get back over to Canterbury. Scott Canterbury caught a good one earlier today. He's looking for a second, trying to get ahead of the curve. The largemouth fishing is slow in the mornings here, and if he can get 2 or 3 good ones in the boat, Scott Canterbury looking in good shape.
And I think that 2005 Classic in Pittsburgh was the last time all smallmouth to win a Classic. I believe the winner had all smallmouth that weekend. Since it's moved to the spring, it hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's great to see the brown ones in play again.
Stay on. Stay on. I don't know how big he is. Stay on. Oh, he's barely hooked. Oh. Oh. A little change. First time I've thrown that bait. A little bit of a change. Boom! It's the first time I've thrown that bait all week.
Does it surprise you when we talk about this? Warm days, warm nights is what, man, that is what you want.
Oh, yeah.
Does it surprise you? It's been a very solid, Fort Loudoun's been very solid from noon to 3.
Yeah.
But takeoff to noon has been painfully slow. Does that surprise you a little bit?
It does surprise me. It surprises me because fishing long enough this time of the year, and Z, I don't care if you're in New Jersey or Tennessee or Florida, there's always 2 windows of opportunities. And one is first thing, and then that late bite, like you talked about. So it surprises me that we're not seeing this early window open up for a lot of guys. The other thing that surprises me is, man, this is the pre-spawn. This is a time when fish slide.
They're coming.
They're coming. And I could have bet you that someone shallow, someone on a secondary point was going to intercept. And it just doesn't seem like it's happening.
We know.
Yeah, it's almost like, Tommy, the fish don't follow rules.
No, they don't.
We try to be smart and educated. I've got the B.A.S.S. University, and I do videos in my shop. But at the end of the day, we know very little about bass behavior and what they do.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing it here this week. Yeah.
So what in your mind happens when you arrive at this place? And I didn't see it coming. I'd look at all the lead up to it. And I didn't see how down that water was.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of red dirt around there. You're in a pre-spawn situation. You see that. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of those variables, I think, affect that movement that we're talking about. So low water that rose right before the event, it can throw this movement off. A degree in temperature. Here's the other thing to keep in mind, and I've said this all week. Your surface temperature gauge is not a true determiner of what that water temperature is 8, 10, 12, 20 feet down. So a lot of guys like Gussie, they're fishing a wintertime pattern. They're not fishing a pre-spawn pattern.
Absolutely.
So
Gussie would have loved the weather last weekend. To hang around.
Yeah, he wanted
till
cold.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he wanted to wear more of the flannels like he's wearing now.
If you're just picking up with us here, we're talking to the 2003 Bassmaster Classic champion, Mike Iaconelli, recently announced as the newest electee to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. That is strong. I love that. I'm sure that was a very popular choice.
It's crazy.
Will prove to be.
Very surreal. And got to sit in with Bill Dance, Larry Nixon, Rick Clunn when I found out. And Z, we're Northeasterners, Northerners.
I feel good,
We don't cry. And I wanted
no, you're wrong. I'm a crier.
You're a crier.
I'm
not a crier. And I got very emotional yesterday.
I hadn't caught many like this week. Hadn't caught a whole lot of shorts. It's just a grind. You just got to mentally be prepared, knowing that you're not going to get many bites, and go out and fish. But I enjoy fishing this way. I mean, really and truly, the way the river fishes, I enjoy it. I fish rivers at the house. I grew up fishing rivers, so. He wouldn't measure. So I enjoy it, really. I mean, I enjoy fishing this way, and hopefully we'll get some good bites. We got to catch 5 good ones. I want to have a chance at it at the end of the day. I mean, that's the whole goal, is to have a chance at winning. So I think, this morning it's been really slow. I've only had, that was the 3rd bite, and I said he wouldn't keep. He might have kept, but if he did, he would have barely kept. So it's good. I mean, it's early. I want the sun out, really, but, we'll do what we can. We can't control those things.
Scott Canterbury, his toothfish, his largemouth he's caught, have put him up a couple of spots into 2nd place. Of course, of the day, if he can catch some size now, he's right. He's going to feel a lot better about where he is. Jeff Gustafson, reset for you, started the day with an almost 6-pound lead. Took him a long time to get that first fish, but he does have one in a 3-pounder smallmouth. 4 more to go to a limit, and he says that's when he'll feel comfortable, only when he has a limit.
You guys were talking about it. The guys fishing deep are fishing a winter pattern, and these guys who are shallow are trying to force the issue. And John Cox caught himself yesterday and said, I keep working farther into this pocket, in this creek, and it's getting shallower and shallower. This water is way too warm. Like the fish haven't got there, or they've already left there. So he started to kind of catch himself that he needs to play it a little more to the mouth of the creeks, because he's fishing ahead of where they're going. They haven't got there yet.
Yeah.
But we want him to be there.
Yeah. It's easy to do that.
They're taking pictures of the,
we're
the
taking
newest
pictures. I don't know
inductee
what
in the
we're
Hall of
doing.
Fame up here as we talk. We get a lot of photographs. So great to have Mike Iaconelli with us. Jeff Gustafson still on top there. You see Scott Canterbury moving in. He's still a better part of 7 pounds back, though. So Gustafson pretty much in control. There's no doubt about that.
That's a
Drew Benton, Johnny
good
Cox.
lead for only catching one this morning.
That's how strong he is and how tough it is for everyone here. A real challenge. That's what the Classic is all about. Mike Iaconelli, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Tommy.
Congratulations. Hall of Famer now, Mike Iaconelli.
Appreciate it.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Classic was here back in 2019, had a great tournament here on the first pool on the Tennessee River here, Fort Loudoun, and Tellico also connecting here. The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic has reached its final day. The 25 most worthy have proved themselves from the original field of 55. And they are going at it hard out here. Jeff Gustafson with a commanding lead to start this day, and he's managed to maintain that one pretty much intact in terms of poundage as it stands right now. But we got a lot of tough customers gunning for that spot. He's going to have to keep it going. He says he won't be ready to go till he's got a limit. Let's get out to Brian Schmidt, who kind of bailed on his first spot today, Mark Zone.
Yes, and I'll be honest with you, our special guest, Mike Iaconelli, Hall of Famer, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer,
Yes,
Mike
how about
Iaconelli.
that?
He has trenched in. He's bowed up and trenched in.
so glad of
Actually waved Davey out of here. Hey, real quick, one of the things, and we thought after the day one weigh-in that Brian Schmidt was going to be the biggest threat to Gussie in this tournament because all he did was grab isolated brush piles, lay down sticks, 4 to 7 feet of water with the lower water conditions.
Number one.
And we thought, this dude's bulletproof.
Fly by the seat of
And
our
we
pants
connected
today, and man, that
to
thing had to
Potomac
sit there
River
forever.
101.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about that.
Yeah, so Brian Schmidt, tidal river fishing, tide fishing, one of the best in the world. And I got a chance to talk to Brian before the tournament. He said, this is exactly like a low tide scenario on tidal water. And it's hard to connect that because, man, we are 100 miles away from tidal system right here. But fish respond the same way.
That was big for
His fear, and I think what might be affecting a little bit is we have rising water. And when in a tidal system, when you have a low tide and that tide starts to rise, fish move and fish get more inactive. So his fear was, I want this water to stay low, but it's coming up just a little bit. So big amazing shout out to Brian Schmidt for connecting that. Because
absolutely.
This is not a tidal river fishery.
Right.
But that pattern's working.
Deserves another.
That one went in as 1 pound and 4 ounces for Brian Schmidt. So he is on the board right now. That's good news for him. And let's take it now to Ronnie Moore.
Yeah, we wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon Tommy at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And Brian Schmidt, it might be a small keeper, but he's very happy and very excited to get those little signs that the fish are still there. They're still on that cover, like Mike was saying. And we talked to Brian Schmidt in the interview rooms, and he was saying that even though the water isn't tidal, the fact that it's came up some this week and dropped back down, those shallow fish don't know if they want to move. So all that secondary cover just off the bank, but still shallow, is something that he has been utilizing. And I wanted to show you guys a couple of the areas that have factored this week for different pros. A guy like John Cox, when he's talking about he's fishing ahead of the fish, maybe in too warm a water. We think that this is spawning mid-60s water in some places, and those fish have not made it out of that upper 50s. They're still at some of these pinch points. At some of these other places, they haven't made it back. So he started to work his way back to the main area of his creek and not to the backs. And then we go to a place that Brian Schmidt, not where he just caught that one, but where he has caught other fish this week, a turn of a small river where when it's drawn down, I was in there on the final day of practice, there are stumps on flats everywhere, but when it's drawn down, those fish have to go somewhere, and they get on those pieces of cover out in the deepest water, which is where we see the blue is 15 to 20. You've got 10 to 15 in yellow. You've got that 5 to 10 in green. And then you can see this is land right now that used to have water on it. So all these fish have to go somewhere. They go to the ends of the docks. They go to those first pieces of cover off the bank for Brian Schmidt. And then we obviously know the canal, that's been a big deal. With it being 5 or 6 feet low, it doesn't tremendously affect that. It's still 20 feet deep in there in some spots. But there are little jut outs, little knobs, little places where those fish that now that the current comes through it at a different speed, a different rate, will affect some of those boulders differently, those fish position. Now we get to some of the top baits, or actually the top bait that Jeff Gustafson has relied on. He's got a couple different sizes here of his Z-Man jerk shads. Obviously, Mark Zona's mentioned he's gone with the middle version and the smallest version, whereas in past tournaments we've seen it where it was maybe more wide open, more fish on these schools, more competition. He could go with a bigger version, but a perfect imitator, something before forward-facing sonar was even a creation that Jeff Gustafson was doing this at Lake of the Woods, up in Canada, Minnesota, places like that. This is a technique that he said that the lenders really showed him when he was younger, and to this day they still catch plenty of fish on it, whether they're using 2D like he did in 2021 or like we're seeing with Mega Live this week. So a lot of different baits and a lot of different areas of Loudoun and Tellico showing bright spots. Maybe not owning the week, but showing some signs of productivity.
Ronnie,
Mike,
thank you so much.
Fair to say that that's a technique that has been around since the beginning of fishing lures, I believe.
Since the beginning. And I love the simplicity of it, but to imitate these dying shad that are helpless, I can't think of a better presentation.
Yeah, and one of the things, kind of looking at that bait right there, if you take a peek, and Gussie said this is the one thing that's been really critical about this. Obviously looks very realistic with a Smeltonator jig head, but if you look at the Z-Man texture, and this is not a sales pitch, that is a fish catcher, but the buoyancy of that jerk shad, keeping it horizontal. If you really have listened to Gussie throughout this tournament, keeping that bait horizontal, looking lifelike, he's constantly tweaking his knot to make sure that that bait is sitting perfectly horizontal. And he said the other key on his forward-facing sonar, and we've got to watch it pretty much all tournament long, always stay above the fish. You never see him drop past the fish. Ice fishing 101, just stay above the smallmouth, and you'd see him rise and eat his bait.
Right. We are enjoying spending some time with Mike Iaconelli, newly inducted to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. We talked about, the Classic win in 2003, the Angler of the Year title, the Bass Nation Championship. But, we also have some very important things to look at. 20 Classic appearances, 20 Classic appearances, and 11 top 10s. That may be the most impressive thing as far as appearances go right there.
That's amazing. It's staggering because it doesn't feel like that. And when you miss a few in a row, it really doesn't feel like that. So, I haven't been in the last few Classics. So you look at this number and, man, very humbled by it, but hungry to be back competing at another Classic.
You and I fish together a lot, and you still have fire, but you do have a little bit of Ben Roethlisberger. You will threaten retirement every now and then, right?
Yes.
How long will you do this for?
It's a great question, and I think with COVID and getting some time at home, I really missed spending time at home, and we travel so much. But like anything, I sort of caught a second wind. I'll be honest with you. I caught a second wind. I missed competing. I missed the engagement of the activity. I missed having a chance going into the last day to win. I hungered for that again. So I've caught a second wind. I think I have some more time in me.
Got it.
Right.
At least a couple years. We'll make an announcement on Nike Live about it. So.
25 are out there fishing from our original 55 who worked, scratched, clawed so hard to get here through 22 and, frankly, all of their lives. And these guys are just, well, they're happy to be here. Number one, and they got a big mountain to climb. Jeff Gustafson, still your leader with a 6-pound, 9-ounce advantage over second place Scott Canterbury. That's the story as it stands right now. And we're back on the water and take a look at our top four.
And you've obviously competed out here on this body of water, and it fishes small when it's got water in it. You talk about almost that connection with Brian Schmidt where it acts very kind of low. If it fishes small at a normal pool, talk about this event really shrinking the size.
Yeah, when you look geographically at a map, you think in your mind, oh my gosh, these guys have endless amounts of water. But The fact is it's the opposite. It's very, very small. The places where fish are at, where fish are going to. So when you pull that water down, they're not everywhere. They are not everywhere. Here's the other thing I think's going on. I think a lot of fish are roaming and suspended off the bank. I really thought forward-facing sonar guys in this event were going to play.
Absolutely.
And we, besides Gussie and some guys that are using it deep, we haven't seen it, and it's blowing me away.
But we're on the cusp right now of having 3 tournaments in a row where forward-facing sonar is going to win.
That's true. That's true.
Is it going to be like every tournament from now on?
I don't know. I made the statement earlier. I think Becky and I are going to start a new business of putting logos on people's necks. We might try to get Tommy Biffle involved in this too. I'm not sure.
Well, stay with us here. There's plenty more to come on the special day, final day of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. So great to have Mike Iaconelli with us on the set here today, the newly announced member of the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. Our coverage will continue today on Bassmaster.com for the next hour. Later on, after that hour, we'll pick up on Fox Sports 1 for an hour, and after that on the Fox Television Network, the Big Fox Network, where they have the football.
Nervous.
So thank you so much for being with us here to start out your Sunday morning at the Classic, and rest assured there is plenty more to come.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Knoxville, Tennessee and East Tennessee on the Tennessee River for the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. This is the biggest single day in the sport of fishing when we crown our world champion. So great to have you with us. So great to be in this special place right here. What a match in the heart of bass fishing country. Look at the people lined up to get into the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. It is a big, big event. This is the center of our universe. Everyone who loves fishing enjoys this day, waits for this day. 25 anglers have made it to this day. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, former Classic champ Davey Height. And fellas, this is the big one. We've had a lot of stories working today, and it continues. We're moving closer and closer to the ultimate moment.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. A big weekend here in Knoxville, Tennessee. And the great thing about it, unbelievable crowds. The crowds that we got to see here in 2019, well, I can say the group that has come this time around definitely going to rival that. And the best way to put it, if you joined us yesterday on FS1, this tournament was being dominated by one angler, Jeff Gustafson from Canada. Oh, how things have slightly changed here on Championship Sunday.
They certainly have. You see, things have tightened up quite a bit since this morning's takeoff. Gussie with only 1 fish in his live well right now. Most of us, including me, I guarantee you, did not expect to see this. He's been managing his fish so well. Really thought he'd have a limit by now, but things have certainly tightened up.
Yep, started out this day with a couple of good heavy steps ahead of everyone else. It may be down to about 1 step right now. He's got plenty of room to grow, though, however. He's only 1 fish to a 5-fish limit right now. That's something to keep in the back of your mind as we bring you down to our playing field here, Mark Zona.
Yeah, taking a look at Fort Loudoun and Tellico. You're looking at them, let's just call it about 90 miles of water, but 2 drastically different lakes. Fort Loudoun a lot dirtier, fish is a lot shallower, and Tellico a lot deeper, and that for the most part has been where this tournament has been dominated.
Yeah, the big missing link, in my opinion, the big missing link has been Fort Loudoun and the largemouth bass have really not shown up this week like we thought.
No, they have not, but we'll see what happens this afternoon. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. We saw the big line in the footage before of people. This place is going to be so crowded by the end of the day. A big, big event, and we just going to watch what unfolds this afternoon, guys.
Yeah, and really it's been very slow for your leader who's dominated the first 2 days of this event, Jeff Gustafson. He only has 1 bass in his live well. And the best way to put it with Jeff Gustafson, he owns this lake. He is by far and away the boss of Tellico. And what you've seen, he won an Elite Series tournament in 2021. Wire to wire, and he's been going wire to wire in this one, but only 1 fish in his live well. The saving grace right now in this event, the rest of the top 10, brutal fishing so far today.
It's been really, really tough on him, no doubt about it. And Gussie has done so well. You knew he had to show that he's human at some point. Yesterday made the 6th day in a row, 4 days in the Elite Series tournament and 2 days in the Bassmaster Classic. He's been able to bring in 5 smallmouth bass over 18 inches. That is not easy to do. It's certainly not going to be easy for him today.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at what has happened so far. Only 3 days of fishing in the Bassmaster Classic, and they go by very, very quickly. Here's what happened in day number 1. This is the Tennessee hopeful in here. Brandon Lester, a very hot fisherman in the world now.
Really anchoring his stringer with that late day big one. And that's the one thing that we have seen this week, the presence of a big largemouth late every single day of this tournament.
Yeah, he didn't have that yesterday, and that's what he only came in with 10 or 11 pounds. He's got to do that today.
Jeff Gustafson hoping to be only the second international angler ever to win a Classic, first Canadian.
Yeah, and let's kind of talk about what we've seen with Gustafson. He only needed about 25 minutes of fishing on day 1 of this tournament, getting the job done, predominantly left alone throughout this tournament, but has been worried with the warming nights. Would those deep smallmouth hold?
Another angler with a lot of momentum in our world, and that is Brian Schmidt from the Chesapeake Bay area, Atlantic Seacoast.
Brian Schmidt with a great plan, we thought, and I don't understand why he hasn't caught a few more today than he has. John Cox, on the other hand, a great plan, cranking dirty water, real shallow water, largemouth bass for him, looking for him to catch a big one later today.
So those were your big anglers in day number 1. Now here's your day 2 again, and Jeff Gustafson again trying to do something else it's hard to do, win wire to wire.
And look at the lead that he had coming into today, just under 6 pounds. That does not sound like a lot on this body of water. That is a massive, massive lead.
Well, let's take a look at what has happened today. Of course, Jeff Gustafson getting off to not the start he had imagined. We've already talked about that. Only 1 fish in his live well. He's only going to feel safe until he has 5 smallmouth in that live well. Take you out to Scott Canterbury, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Getting some momentum going today.
Yeah. One of the things Davey Height, a Bassmaster Classic champion up here on the desks, said yesterday afternoon, one of these anglers is going to have to crack the code of these bigger largemouth early here on Championship Sunday.
He's done it, but crack the code with 7 pounds doesn't really sound outstanding, but it really is. He has cut the lead in half that Gussie had on him when he left this morning. The big thing, like you mentioned, though, Tommy, he's got 4 fish in his live well. Gussie only 1. A lot of room to move for Gussie.
A lot of room to grow. Brian Schmidt out there today in a place that he had a lot of confidence in. He told us after 2 days of fishing there, not as much action as he wanted early on.
Yeah, the consistency, though, has been there on Fort Loudoun, like it was in the Bassmaster Classic here in 2019. Brian Schmidt getting bit. Size has been a factor, throwing a little shaky head worm and doing a pretty much Potomac River 101 where Brian Schmidt cut his teeth. 14 inches for the largemouth, and the big kicker that we will keep our eye on, Jeff Gustafson fishing for smallmouth that have to be 18 inches or better.
A lot of Canadian fans here in town, plenty watching from up north, and oh man, pinning their hopes on this guy. He's got a lot of pressure on him. Absolutely anybody with the lead starting the final day of the Classic has pressure.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and he's handled it well. He really has. The first place that he wanted to start is where he caught his final fish yesterday that he weighed in. It helped him quite a bit. There was another angler there. He handled that quite well and moved on to some other places. It's just been slower for him to get those bites today, the ones over 18 inches.
Well, let's get out live to Jeff Gustafson. Tellico Lake is where he has been basing his operations throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm around some fish. I can't catch them. They're hard to catch here. So pretty frustrating. There, I just had another one do a little dry butt. Oh! Whole bunch of them. Come on, give me another chance. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a big one.
And we're definitely going to get a look at
just
what
up a perch.
Gussie is looking at on his sonar.
I wish they only had to be 14. But not here. yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some fish. They're just nipping and not biting, and just tough. Sure, it's tough for everybody, but sure feel good if I can catch a couple more of these things that are the right size. And I did really, you know, I didn't spend hardly any time practicing for largemouths. You come here to win this tournament, and I like my chances with the smallmouth, so we're gonna stick to that. I had one little stretch where I think I could catch a few largemouths maybe on a crankbait, but I just think with no wind like this, that's gonna be brutal too. So I'm gonna just keep picking away here, and I need that to keep happening, like just where I run into a fresh group that hasn't seen a bait, or like those ones were just like red hot there, and I just didn't get hooked up on the first bite. But if I get to a few more chances at that, that's kind of my best shot at a bigger fish. I just put a lighter head on, like a 3/16 ounce head, which I never use, but it's just so calm that I always use a 3/8, and it's just like, I feel like it's maybe just was swimming by some of these things like too fast. So this one's just a little lighter. I can kind of float it a little better, but yeah, not as much fun today so far, but we're just about at the halfway point, and you know, so I still got time, but if I get them here, I'm gonna earn it.
About the first time in this tournament, you're hearing doubt.
Yes.
If you look at day one and
it's
day two,
you know, it's been tough. I thought today might be tough with that weather being gone and it's calm, but we got 4. I mean, 2 decent fish and 2 keepers. So we just need a couple of big bites and we'll be right. I mean, I need 4 or 5 bites, but realistically, we need a couple of those 4 or 5 pound bites and we'll be right where we need to be. I mean, we're not out of it. We're going to get some more bites. We just need to catch a big one or 2. I've been trying to change it up. I've thrown a buzz bait a bunch, a Canterbury Pro Buzz. Spinner bait's been probably a big key today. I caught several on it, but only 1 good keeper. It's probably going to be, more than likely, it's going to be a jig the rest of the day because of the weather. I just think that it's setting up for it, and hopefully we'll get a couple of those key bites, or either around wood or docks, either one. You know, I've been catching some on docks too, and I've been waiting on that sun to get right to fish some docks. So it's getting there now, and it's time that we need to make it happen. I've ran down the lake a little ways. I'm gonna go a little further and try to fill my limit out, and then I'm gonna get back up the lake to where I've had my bigger bites this week, and hopefully I'll get to spend 2 or 3 hours up there. I'm gonna check the back of a creek. This water's coming up a lot, and last time we was here, I caught a lot of fish in the back of a creek, and I couldn't get it going back there this time. You could get in there even with it low, but the water temp was really cold. There's a lot of wood back there, so I got to check at it. Hadn't been fished all week. Trying to keep it, you know, hit some fresh stuff too, hopefully to catch a big one like that. So there's giants in here. This Tennessee River's got them, and we're looking for a couple of them the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Second place, Scott Canterbury. He's right. This place does happen. Got a 20-pound bag. 2 of them in excess of 21 pounds. The last time we had a classic here, and the potential always there. It's always playing in the background.
And it has been better for the people targeting largemouth in the afternoon, but I think the wind has been a big part of that. The sun, like Scott mentioned, but also the wind.
Well, and that's really the scary thing for your leader coming into today, Gussie. Most of his damage has been done by about 11:30.
Yes.
Largemouth have bit late in the day.
Yes. All right, heading down to Drew Benton, our own Robbie Floyd, who's always where the action is on every day of the Classic. In the area right now, what are you looking at, Robbie?
Well, I'm looking at such skinny water. I am stuck like Chuck right now, Tommy, because I've been in deep water pretty much the entire Classic until this one pocket I came to. I'm following Drew Benton. He's already made that move. He caught one smallmouth early, his first spot. And what was crazy, if you weren't joining us this morning on Bassmaster Live, it was literally a spot that Gussie came to. They looked like they were going to share. Gussie fished it for maybe 30 seconds and said, no, this ain't worth it now. I'll try and hit it later. Drew caught one keeper. Spent the rest of a couple of hours, had some followers, had some takers, had one that measured 17 and 7/8 inches long. It was not another keeper, so now it's largemouth time. He's not at the spot he wanted to go to first. He went into this one pocket, totally blown out. It looked like chocolate milk. Left it. This is the second spot he came to. He went into the very back of pocket. I believe it's Concord in here, to the very back, super skinny, no bites. He even saw a little current. He said there should have been a fish there, no bites. He said if he doesn't get some bites around here on some laydowns here in the back of Concord, he's going to go to the spot where he caught those largemouth. He was giving it a little more time instead of hammering it right off the bat. And I know there's some laydowns, some a tree stump. There's a root ball that he caught 3 fish on, as well as a floating boat dock. So, or a boat, a little black boat dock that, of course, y'all can talk about it later. So he's going to hit that spot here in just a second. But I got to catch up to him because I got in way too shallow of water.
Robbie, thank you so much. Good stuff from Robbie Floyd out there with Drew Benton currently in 4th place. Drew started well, had a fast start, fastest start of all, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and really the one thing to watch on Fort Loudoun is we have seen big largemouth every single day of this tournament from basically noon until weigh-in. Look for the same thing today, especially with the warming water.
All right, that clock is ticking. We're past the halfway point of the day. In this day, Jeff Gustafson mentioned that. He's keenly aware of it, trying to hang on to that lead. He's got a lot of headroom, though. We'll be back.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Today on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series takes a right turn into Texas, where man and machine battle over 3 miles of twists and turns at the road course at the Circuit of the Americas. The action begins today at 3 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, do you like those street courses?
I love the road course.
Do you?
I love the twists. I love the turns.
You do, don't you?
I do.
Who do you have today?
I told you I got your guy, Martin Truex.
You're staying with it.
Yeah, they got a replica of his car
right next to us, actually.
It's Kismet. It's it's telling me something.
Hey, they've been testing tires downtown Knoxville this week at like
There's
1
no doubt
a.m.
about that.
Corey Johnston making a move right now, one of our top 10 to start this day. He's had a good tournament so far. He just about always has a good tournament. Very tough fisherman from Canada. Of course, the man on top of our leaderboard, Jeff Gustafson, trying to be the first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Classic.
We did talk about this on FS1 yesterday. We were like, hey, Gussie, don't come out of the gate and blow this thing away by 10 or 11 in the morning. It is, the door is wide open.
And honestly, we didn't think this was going to happen. I mean,
not at all.
It makes for fun TV, but we did not think this was going to happen.
Out live to Jeff. His lead is 3 pounds and 9 ounces. Started out as 6 pounds and 9 ounces.
Yeah, we're going to take a peek right here. What Gussie is looking at, that bright line going across the middle of that screen right there. That is the actual bottom of the lake. You see Gussie fishing in a little bit shallower water, 22.5 feet, and he is scanning out. He is, for lack of a better term, it's like using a spotlight under the water. He's just in his Mega Live right there, and he's actually able to see in front of his boat 80 feet. But a lot of his bass that we've got to see throughout this tournament really within 10 to 20 feet of the bow of his boat. And Gussie, one of the only anglers to really figure this bite out throughout practice and the last time the Bassmasters was here. And here's what you don't want to see on that depth finder is a lack of fish above the bottom there.
You can see his lure descending to the bottom there on the left.
And if you're just tuning in, this is his unit that he has on front of his boat. It's not something that we are looking at and we're adjusting. He was making the adjustments on it just now. When he won the Elite Series tournament here 2 years ago, he was using his graphs, but 360 around the boat. Totally different this forward facing. He can look and direct this in any one direction that he wants to. You see, he can turn the head of the trolling motor around and direct that. Great description.
That's a fish, right? That is a fish right there.
Yes.
Midway on that screen above the bottom.
That's the neat thing about what he's using. He turned the trolling motor around to check behind the boat and saw that fish.
And generally, the brighter, bigger the return from the fish, the bigger the fish actually is.
Yes.
And all of these anglers for the Bassmaster Classic practiced last weekend. Temps were in the lows were in the 20s, highs were in the 40s last weekend here in Knoxville. And that was tailor-made for this style fishing. It kind of keeps those fish out deep. And the one thing that Gussie said, even though he had a commanding lead, if you really look at the lead that he's had, it's like being in the Masters and having a 6 to 7 stroke lead going into the final day. He was very worried about the warm nights pushing these big smallmouth shallow.
You know, preparing for a 3-day tournament, this time of the year you want to look towards where those fish are going, and that's what most of the field did coming into this event. But these fish have stayed deep for him up until today, but it looks like a lot of them have moved shallow.
And really to look at, what you just saw that fish on his Mega Live a couple minutes ago, it was alone. On days 1 and 2, when he saw one, there was 4 to 6 in little wolf packs.
That's a fish right there at his bait. He tries to, that fish is 15 to 20 feet away from the bow of his boat. He tries to get that close so you can see those fish better, but he doesn't want to get right on top of them because they seem to be boat wary, especially with no wind like we have today.
If you notice, as this day has gone along, he has gone drastically shallower than he was the first 2 days.
There we go.
Maybe.
Yeah, the water's coming up quick, I think. Here we go.
Got a lot of floating debris around John Cox. That water has come up a lot.
There we go. There we go. There's a keeper. First dock we stopped on. Oh gosh. I think he'll make it. Let's see.
That's a large mouth.
Close enough.
Doesn't have to be 18 or 14.
Okay. Let's keep going. Keep going.
Gussie knows that clock's ticking. His body language looks different than it did 2 hours ago.
Pull up the right one.
And one fish is not going to do it.
No.
Oh, he knows he's got to. Well, we know he's got to have at least 3. He says 5, but he's just, going to be that way because that's a healthy way to do it, a healthy outlook on it. But the clock is ticking, like you guys say, ticking ever louder in the background as Jeff Gustafson tries to hang on to the lead that he has right now. Scott Canterbury, John Cox just moved up a spot there based on that last one. He just put in the live well, Schmidt and Benton Round out the top 5. Below that, Corey Johnston. Also from Canada, Jay Shakurit, Brandon Kopp, Brandon Lester, and Jacob Poroznik. We got it going here. Last day of the Bassmaster Classic.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and here's the Academy Sports and Outdoor Bassmaster Classic forecast for you out in Knoxville, Tennessee. Our pros expecting a little bit of sunshine out there with the clouds mixed in. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, a little less humidity and a light breeze out there. Hope you catch some good hogs. Hey, remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you, Craig Herrera.
Yeah.
Weather folks always helping us
It's our
out
guy.
so much, keeping us on top of it. Craig is a huge Bass fan,
Craig
as you
Herrera
mentioned. Yeah.
decided to not put Jeff Gustafson on his fantasy team this time around. Actually, has second-place angler Scott Canterbury.
How about that?
Exactly.
I did not know that. Huge crowds today, record-setting crowds, thousands. I'm talking about thousands showing up just for the takeoff at first light of day. That just doesn't happen, but when you come here to Knoxville, Tennessee, it does happen. This place is a perfect venue to contest the World Championship. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota. We are in the final day, the all-important day, the day of reckoning. At the end of this day, we will crown a world champion. TH Marine Weather Watch is currently 64 degrees, sunny, a little bit of wind.
Nice.
Just perfect. Absolute Chamber of Commerce weather. It's been different weather each and every day here, and it almost always is at the Classic.
Yesterday at this time, looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch, boy, yesterday you're looking at 30 to 50 mile per hour winds this time of day. Not the case out there. It is a sheet of glass. But the one thing to watch for in the afternoon, again, the presence of those bigger largemouth. Something happens on Fort Loudoun every day. Look forward to seeing that today.
Look at Jason Christie in the bottom left there. He is our defending Classic champion. Oh, we got a runner. Brandon Lester hooked up.
That's his first fish today.
Oh, it's been a slow day.
Ate it good, though. But I don't think he's a keeper. Nope. Maybe it's a step in the right direction.
And we have called some tough Bassmaster Classic, Bassmaster Elite Series events.
Yes.
But as far as classics go, when was the last real grinder, Tommy?
I hearken back to 2005.
Yes.
I think we all do, on the Three Rivers.
Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Ended up one of the tightest classics we've ever.
Yes.
Most enjoyable to watch.
It
so
was.
Very enjoyable.
To the last minute. That this one appears to be headed that way.
Let's say the competition is getting tighter. That's one of the things that made that one good.
For folks on FS1 maybe that don't bass fish or tournament fish, and we're into the final couple hours here, and they are watching a guy, Gussie, that has dominated this tournament. They say to yourself, well, just leave and go where the fish are at. Right. Kind of explain why he's not doing that.
Well, first and foremost, he's had so much success doing exactly what he's doing. The last time we were here with the Bassmaster Elite, he won that event wire to wire.
Dominated.
Weighed in 5 smallmouth bass each of the 4 days, which is, at that time, the locals that I talked to that were watching said there's no way he can do that. But no one thought, except him, that he could come back here and do it again this week. But he had so much confidence on day one when he put his first keeper in the boat. He said 14 more to go. I mean, he totally planned on catching his 15-fish 3-day limit of 18-plus inch smallmouth. And it worked perfectly until today. He's run into a dead end here this morning.
We're watching Brandon Lester. He's from Tennessee, Fayetteville, Tennessee, and that's in western Tennessee. But experience on the Tennessee River is very important. And, of course, that showed in 2019, the first time the Classic was here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Brandon Lester was well prepared and certainly had another Tennessee angler to battle who winning that a default.
Absolutely, and one of the hottest anglers in the country right now, Brandon Lester, on the Bassmaster Elite Series, winning an Open, then backing it up with a Bassmaster Elite Series victory last year on Pickwick, but he will tell you, even though he lives in the state of Tennessee, a lot of people thought Brandon Lester was a local, had a lot of history here. That is not the case. Kind of cut his teeth down near the Gunnersville area. Had a solid event the last time we were here, and really, we had our eyes on him big time after day one weigh-in.
Yeah, I think a sixth-place finish here in 2019
Yeah,
for Brandon Lester.
Good classic
like you said, a lot of people picked him to hold that trophy up this afternoon, and he still got a chance. But yesterday, man, it was just real difficult for him in the afternoon. He did not get that bigger largemouth bite.
Just saw Scott Canterbury put a good one right there. So Scott Canterbury, absolutely the man to watch in second place. As he tries to chip away at
that was fish
the
number
man
5
right there, Jeff Gustafson.
Have to get a word on that fish.
Yeah.
Take a look at that fish from Canterbury.
Yeah, here it is for you.
Get in here.
Oh, boy.
Get in here, baby. I said we was going to come jerk on a few. Look how pretty he is. Look at them markings. Healthy fishery. Tennessee River, baby. Get in here.
That should be his 5th fish, right?
It is.
Yeah, a three-pounder maybe, David?
Yes.
He's 3.9 back, so this is the first time since maybe the first 45 minutes of this tournament that it's been less than a pound lead for Jeff Gustafson at all.
Oof.
And that was when he was still trying to catch his first fish of the day, of the event.
Scott Canterbury, a former Progressive Angler of the Year. That's an award for consistency over a year, and he's hooked up again.
Waiting on that sun to get out.
Scott Canterbury with a big late
Need another
day
one of them
2
3
performance.
fixes.
They put that fish into Bass Track, Davey, as 3.6. So he would be within a quarter of a pound of Jeff Gustafson's lead and the first limit of the day out of the 25 competitors.
Wow.
Did not see this coming, I'll be honest.
I don't know that I'm more surprised that he's within a pound of Gussie or that it's the first limit out of all of our anglers today.
These are the best in the business.
Absolutely.
Guys. And that's
exactly at the midway point, 4 hours into the day, roughly, give or take a couple minutes.
And if you look at yesterday's fishing, this is Canterbury's best part of the afternoon, and this has been Gussie's worst part.
Yes. And Canterbury doesn't officially know that he's moved that close to Gussie, and Gussie does not know it either, but both of them sense it.
Right.
Yes. I promise you they sense it. You start seeing people, come follow you, more spectators, more camera boats, and in Gussie's case, maybe a few guys leaving. You certainly know, even if you don't know.
And Scott Canterbury still, until he has 15 or 16 pounds in his live well, still won't believe, even if 50 people show up, still won't believe that he would be in the top spot because
he's
of the
going to
distance.
have a good clue if there's 50 spectator boats in an hour.
But he still had over a
Right.
6-pound deficit. That's
He's
inconceivable.
7 pounds, 11 ounces back to
7-11.
Wow. He's gonna talk to us and play like I don't have a chance. I got to catch 5-pounders. But I promise you, having been there, he knows that all of a sudden somebody has left the door open.
Yeah.
And that somebody is Gussie.
The more spectator boats that start to gather the next hour and a half, he'll know he's in the mix.
The last classic that we had.
That's what I did right there. I probably bumped the cart. I see 2 or 3 of them. That's what my jig probably did right there. There's a whole school of them.
Scott Canterbury's reputation is as a guy who can take a mediocre tournament and do some great things on the final day and put up some big points.
You do not win Bassmaster Angler of the Year and not know what, especially on a body of water like this.
Yeah. And the year he won Bass Angler of the Year, had a great end of that season catching smallmouth, but everyone knows he's a great shallow water largemouth bass fisherman.
Hey, I'll remind you, 4 years ago, that's the last time that the day 2 leader of a classic did not close the deal and win, was this body of water.
Wow.
They led day 1, but did not lead day 2, came back and won on the final day.
All right, Jeff Gustafson, though, still with the lead, a tiny lead. As it stands right now, the complexion of this tournament has changed. These are unofficial scores now. Don't forget, this is Bass Track. It's never official till we get it to the weigh-in. That's later today. Up at Thompson Bowling Arena. Scott Canterbury, Cox right there. He's closing a little bit there, but it's Canterbury, Gustafson on top right now. That is definitely our story, and we will get back to it momentarily. We'll break away for just a few minutes from here.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Continuing later today on Fox, we will be with you as the anglers continue their quest for the most sought-after trophy in professional bass fishing. It's the Bassmaster Classic on the Tennessee River. Coverage continues at noon Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
3 hours.
All the way to the end of fishing today. How about that?
Right,
Stay
Tommy
with it.
Sanders.
Follow us over there.
And nice thing is, it has become a ball game here in the last 10 minutes.
Do you like competition? We got it for you now.
And a really good look at those boat docks. Scott Canterbury's fishing. You heard him make the comment, wanted that sun to really set him up in those shady areas on those docks. And really, one of the first times in this tournament we have seen him doing this.
Yes, absolutely. Yesterday, I think this time of day, he was throwing a spinnerbait. The wind was really gusting up to 50 miles an hour yesterday, helping that spinnerbait bite. But he's made a lot of good adjustments.
No doubt about it. And it, when you hear that music, Tommy Sanders, your Power Pole replay of the day, is it in East Tennessee stud that he caught right there? Not really, but in this tournament, on this final day, it absolutely is, my friend. The Power Pole replay of the day, Scott Canterbury, very quiet, very sneaky this entire tournament.
Yes, look at them markings.
Looking at a angler that has dominated Jeff Gustafson all week long, but that bass right there absolutely gets Canterbury back in the mix. Power Pole replay of the day, Scott Canterbury, Championship Sunday.
3-pounder it went in. Actually 3+, I believe. That's Mr. Precious today on
Absolutely.
his place.
Precious. Sorry.
Going to take you down to Jay Shakura, the Rookie of the Year last season on the Bassmaster Elite Series from Wisconsin. Normally a smallmouth ace. Well, he's an ace at both species for sure.
Well, you see a lot of guys really switching gears right now, how they have fished on Fort Loudoun.
There we go. Might be number 3.
And this is the time it started yesterday for the guys. Davey, why have the mornings been so brutally painful?
Gosh, we had those storms. 3 to 4 a.m. yesterday morning. I really thought that was the case, but it doesn't seem like it. It's just like they are not moving up. And that's also surprising why Brian Schmidt hasn't caught them on that offshore cover about this time of day, you see guys fishing boat docks or fishing these blowdowns that are extremely shallow. They start catching them. It's just got to be those largemouth are not moving up and setting up there until this time of the day.
One bass in your leader's live well coming into today, one bass. What is starting to go through his head?
So you could tell the difference I mentioned in his body language. And the first time we've heard him mention largemouth all week was the last time we heard him talk about 30 minutes ago. But he doesn't have another plan. That can be, that's going to be what propels him to victory, or
he's all in.
Going to be
what he's
all in, which is a great thing. But at this point, he's starting to second guess himself.
Oh, God.
All of those fish have not gone to the bank, though, and he's got to be thinking that, and certainly can't count him out. He's got a lot of time.
And what he's doing and what he's been doing throughout this tournament, even when he won the Elite Series here 2 years ago, boy, it can happen in a hurry.
Yeah.
It could be as slow as it's been for Gussie today, but he literally can go down in 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's a great point. I was on the water with Gussie, Ashley, and I the final day of the Elite Series tournament he won. It was not easy for him that day either. So he's had these difficult times before, but he's always been able to put those 5 in the boat by the time he had to go in to weigh in. John Cox is hooked up.
Maybe. He's long. Oh, yeah. He's going. He's going.
It may have been, it's been a very tough classic fishing-wise, but it's very cool to see how this body of water has fished, that Jeff Gustafson's strength on the website, on his profile, and Scott Canterbury's strength on the website, on his profile, flipping, and then the deep moping technique.
At the end of the day,
and they're within ounces of each other and in separate areas of the lake. It's very cool.
Yesterday. Something's going to happen.
John Cox finished 3rd in that tournament that Jeff Gustafson won here 2 years ago in 2021.
Back to your question, though, Z. It's never easy. We heard Gussie say that this morning at takeoff. It's no easy task. A lot of people have already said, okay, the trophy's yours. Just go out there today and catch those 5 smallmouth again. It's never easy.
Absolutely.
I can say I've never heard someone who won a Bassmaster Classic say it was easy.
Oh, that was really easy.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and really, after the weigh-in yesterday was the first time in this tournament sitting down with Gussie where he said, I'm concerned with the warm nights. This time of year, a lot of those smallmouth wanting to get shallower. Cold water kind of holds them out deep, which is what we had all last weekend when these anglers practiced for this tournament. I'm going to show you the story of the afternoon right now, looking at what Scott Canterbury has done. There was a lot of people wanting to hand Gussie the trophy very early this morning. Not the case. BMC on point. Scott Canterbury, and you made the comment, Davey, somebody was going to have to catch some bass early, some largemouth. Well, that angler was Scott Canterbury early this morning, 9:09 and a 9:40. But that big one that he caught a few minutes ago at 11:38, VMC on point. Scott Canterbury, one good bite from taking the lead.
Those two at the top, Scott Canterbury, whom we were just with right there, and Jeff Gustafson. This first 2 days of this tournament been all about him doing something that no one else could master.
Those were the good old days,
yes,
Tommy.
For Jeff Gustafson, they were absolutely. And what he's doing is not easy. That is for sure. If it was easy, anyone could do it. No one else has been able to do it like him.
Yeah, absolutely incredible what he has done. the first 2 days of this tournament. He's got a lot of fishing time. Let's not say he's out of this thing yet. No. But it is not, we've not seen this. Not seen this at all.
Again, trying to be the first Canadian, second international angler of all time, trying to win a Bassmaster Classic.
Number 1, 11, 4 to go.
He's up against Scott Canterbury, whom we know is very dangerous in situations like this. The final day really brings out the real nails competitor. So the table is set for a lot more competition than what we had planned on the menu today.
Yeah, about 1 hour ago we were like, wow, how do we handle the rest of the day?
Next on Fox, right on Fox. So follow us over there for the final 3 hours of fishing today at the Bassmaster Classic.
The dream was created over 50 years ago.
Big hand for our first champion of the Bassmaster Classic, Bobby Murray.
Since then, it's created legends.
27 pounds, 7 ounces, Ricky Clark.
Created heroes.
Never give up! Never give up!
Created superstars.
Jason Christie conquers the Bassmaster Classic.
Today, it will create the next world champion. It's Championship Sunday, the final day of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota.
It's time.
Giant bass! And he definitely is fighting for his right to party at the Bassmaster Classic. Fin freak of nature right there. 20 pounds, 10 ounces! He needs 12 pounds, 14 ounces, 19 pounds, 8 ounces.
Hello and welcome to the most important fishing tournament there is. There is nothing even close to the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic from Knoxville, Tennessee. So important because it is the World Championship. The World Champion will be crowned on this day here in our fantastic host city of Knoxville, Tennessee. Gateway to the Smoky Mountains, a perfect place. Big bass fishing country around here. The people really appreciate sports. Big college sports town, and they certainly do turn out for the Bassmaster Classic. We are having a great week here. 3 days of fishing to determine this championship. We started with 55 anglers. We're down to 25 on this final day. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, former Classic champion Davey Height. And fellas, this is the big one. Nothing compares. Davey, you've won it before. Tell me how important it is.
Well, it's the most important thing to these professional anglers to make it here, but to be here on the final day, we only have 25 anglers left. To be here on the final day and have a chance to win the World Championship of bass fishing, this is what we all live for as professional anglers.
Absolutely. As we drop down to our playing field, Mark Zona.
Yes, sir.
The top of the Tennessee River. The Tennessee River with so much bass fishing history.
Exactly right. Really two different faces here. You look at Tellico Lake connected to Fort Loudoun, and they are definitely different monsters. Fort Loudoun, a little bit dirtier, fish is shallow. Tellico, a lot cleaner water, a lot deeper water, and that is where this tournament was being dominated by.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a great story for you today. We're going to be with you for the final 3 hours of fishing on this tournament day. We're going to show you all the action. So much on the way for you here. If you're a fishing fan, if you're not, check it out. Check out the crowds here. We talk about this being a great place to have this event. This is inside the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo right here. Huge crowds. This is one of the biggest outdoor shows in the world. This is our headquarters for today. All the action will be out on the water, and we have seen a lot on this day, and we've seen the complexion of this tournament change.
Yes, in a very big way. In fact, really, if you kind of dial in what has gone on in this tournament. So number one, if you win the Bassmaster Classic, you solidify your name in the history of professional bass fishing. Davey Height, you won it years ago. And really coming into this final day, Championship Sunday, it was being dominated by a Canadian angler that To put it in golf terms, I guess, if you're in the Masters, he had about a 6 to 10 stroke lead, and that has gone away. Jeff Gustafson with one bass in his live well. About 3 hours ago, we were getting ready to pretty much just hand him the trophy. Not the case going into these final hours.
Yeah, it's really been amazing what Gussie has done the first 2 days of the Bassmaster Classic. Really what no one thought could be done here. Weigh in 5 smallmouth bass over 18 inches. That's tough to do here on these 2 lakes, but he's been able to do it. Really had it on cruise control both of those days by this time of the day. Today, a very, very different day. 3 days of the weather changing each day. A lot of his fish have moved up shallower than he's been catching them. It's a lot tougher for him this afternoon.
Well, Jeff Gustafson also trying to win this thing wire to wire. He's run into a little bit of difficulty for that goal as well, but we're going to take a look at what it's been all about Jeff Gustafson over the first 2 days. Today has been a different animal, but we look at the action from day number 1. The Tennessee hopeful, Brandon Lester.
Exactly right, Brandon Lester. A lot of local knowledge here. Not his home lake, but definitely cut his teeth on the Tennessee River, catching that big one late on day 1 of this Bassmaster Classic.
Well, Brandon Lester hopefully, but not doing too well on the second day. And now out to Jeff Gustafson on that first day. He knocked it out of the park, 18 pounds plus.
Yes, catching a really big stringer, trying to go wire to wire, and got pretty much all of his work done on day number 1 in 25 minutes, then actually spent the rest of the day practicing. Smallmouth bass here on Tellico and Loudoun have to be 18 inches. He definitely mastered that on day 1.
On day number 2, it was Brian Schmidt, the angler from the Atlantic Seaboard, now doing a very good job in a place that he thought reminded him of home, fishing at home. 3rd place to start this day.
Yeah, Brian Schmidt had a great second day. It took him later in the day for it to happen. The same with John Cox. Made big moves late in the day. The largemouth fishermen have been doing that. We'll see if that happens this afternoon.
Yeah, and yet again, though, day number 2 here, Jeff Gustafson getting the job done. Look, catching one smallmouth bass that's 18 inches, they have to be 18 inches, that's a big deal on this body of water. He has done that every single day, catching 5 big smallmouth.
Yeah, winds up with 35 pounds, almost 36 pounds after 2 days of fishing and a 6-pound plus lead. But we get out there today, nothing like this kind of action he had over the first 2 days.
No, and really, this is the weather you want. You want higher skies, light winds, out fishing deep with Jeff Gustafson. Catches a good one earlier today, and that is the only bass in Gussie's live well.
Well, he's made it look so easy. Scott Canterbury, boy, he is a feisty fisherman. He is a good closer as well. A real performer on the final day, and he has gone to work on this final day of the Classic.
Absolutely right. Scott Canterbury from Alabama, a former Angler of the Year winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series, fishing in his wheelhouse, fishing shallow, dirty water. And the scary thing with Scott Canterbury right now, the best part of the day, the best time of day for him has been from noon until 3 o'clock.
It has been all week, and his biggest fish today was the last fish he caught about 45 minutes ago. So definitely look for bigger things to come for Scott Canterbury this afternoon. Gussie is just going to have to catch a few more, no doubt about it.
Yeah, this bass right here caught about 20 minutes ago off of a boat dock, fishing a half-ounce jig. That bass right there gets him within a pound of Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, he's the only angler in double digits so far. No one else even close to that mark today.
Okay, so coming into this final championship Sunday, Tommy Sanders, Jeff Gustafson had almost a 6-pound lead, which on this body of water, that is enormous, man. Like, pretty much everybody in this expo was ready to just high-five him at the weigh-in. And really, in the last 2 hours, Scott Canterbury has come out of nowhere.
A lot of pressure on Jeff Gustafson. Of course, a lot of pressure on anybody who starts the final day with a lead in the Classic,
yeah,
baby.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure on him, but we've watched him all day, and I think he's been making good decisions, good moves. This morning, there was someone there where he wanted to start it, and then he moved on from that. It's just hard to watch because we've seen how many fish have been under his boat. They're just not there today like they have been.
And we're looking live at 3 of our anglers in it today. Jeff Gustafson, the bottom left there. The crowd of boats around him. Drew Benton, who started out as the closest pursuer after his first catch to Jeff Gustafson. He's baited a little bit then, but Scott Canterbury right there fishing shallow. You see the sort of places that he is fishing.
And that's what's really unique about this body of water. If you've not been to Fort Loudoun and Tellico, Jeff Gustafson in Tellico down in your left-hand corner. You see how clear that water is, fishing a lot deeper. Then as you look at Scott Canterbury and Drew Benton fishing in Fort Loudoun, a lot dirtier water. The fish live shallower. And really this whole tournament has been one angler, Gussie, dominating with smallmouth, and your largemouth fishermen in Fort Loudoun just trying to scratch and claw at him.
I got a big mover, Brian New, our last man into our top 25, way up in Tellico, has a Mercury 5-pound, 7-ounce big fish of the day. He has 3 fish for 12 pounds, 11 ounces. He's jumped into 7th place.
Wow.
Still 10 pounds out of the lead.
Thank you, Such. Mike Suk on there, keeping an eye on developments of that nature. Our own Robbie Floyd, as always, at the Classic out there, and he is where it is happening. No matter what is going on, it seems he has a magical ability to appear on the spot. Let's take it out to Robbie. Where are you right now, Robbie, and what is going on?
I moved up my way in Loudoun, and now I am largemouth fishing with Drew Benton. Of course, he caught his first fish of the day before, actually right when Gussie pulls up into that smallmouth area, catches 1 fish, and he knew at that moment he'd move from 4th to 2nd place. But I know we've got a lot of NASCAR fans watching, and that's one thing I wanted to point out. I've covered a lot of racing in my time, and the thing about racing is you know where you qualify. Well, these guys knew where they started today. The thing is, the NASCAR guys can go around, they can look at that pylon and see where they are in the race. These guys can't. They know where they take off. They know their pole position, but during this race, they have no idea where they're standing. So Drew knew he jumped up to 2nd, hasn't caught another qualified, keeper until that point. He has no idea right now fishing this bank that Gustafson only has 1 fish in the live well. Every one of these guys was hoping that Gussie would stumble, but every one of these guys doubted that Gussie would stumble. So right now it's playing into their hands, and they don't even know it.
Robbie, you've been in so many Bassmaster Classics with us. Explain to the viewers here on Fox, you see a guy like Canterbury who has scratched at the lead that Gussie had. Explain the dynamic with spectator boats. When they start coming near you, you know you're in the mix.
Absolutely. And, I was starting to think about that earlier with Gustafson. He hasn't seen me today. And I usually find that story, that guy that's really either putting on a charge or the guy that's pulling away. He hadn't seen me, so he's just spinning right now. I'm trying to see Drew to see if he does something. You're looking for those guys that can jump up. But when you start seeing that mass of boats, and Scott Canterbury is going to see that. I've been there when it goes from 5 to 10 to 20. And sometimes those can mess up your areas, especially if you're in shallow water areas. I got to, speaking of that, stay on the trolling motor here. If you get into some of those shallow water areas and you don't want that water being disturbed, you don't want all those big splashes, the boats banging around. If you have all those boats, inevitably you'll have that happen. So unless they stay back, that pressure is going to be tough for some of these guys.
Robbie, thank you so much. Good stuff. Robbie Floyd out there with us all afternoon till the bitter end of the fishing time here on the final day of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
And you're getting a good look at your leader right there, Jeff Gustafson, and his spectator boats that are following him. And you talk about a guy like Canterbury that's going to start getting more spectator boats that are watching unofficial standings in this tournament. Now, when you're the leader, Davey, and your boats start leaving you, you know something is up.
Oh, absolutely. You know that. It's not a good feeling. And the other thing, Gussie really has only fished 3 areas so far in this tournament, and that's really all he's got. And it's worked for him perfectly up until now. But what do? You know you're sinking. You know guys have moving on you because you see the spectators leaving. But what do you do from there?
We were talking about this on FS1.
Marked some beauties.
Hold on 1 second.
Nice big marks right up to my bait. And I just can't make them bite. Painful.
Well, you heard it right there. Jeff Gustafson, painful. But for our folks that are watching on Fox saying, hey, man, you're not catching them, just go fishing somewhere else. Yeah. Talk about what has got him here.
That's why it's painful, because part of what has gotten him here is because he's doing what he loves to do. I think he's the best in the world at it. Yep. He weighed in half of his fish last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series by doing just this. This is what he does. So you don't go get out of your comfort zone when things start going downhill for you. You want to stay in your comfort zone more. I've been exactly where he's at. It's no fun.
Yeah, and nothing else was on the table for him. He was absolutely
painful was the word he just used.
Yeah, that's right. Painful is a good way to describe what it's been like for Jeff Gustafson today. The clock ticking in the background. Less than 3 hours. All right. Well, just getting here. These guys, the 55 who started, the 25 left on this day, have worked so hard throughout this year to gain this spot right here, to have this advantage, a chance at the World Championship. What does it mean to them?
I've been waiting for the day to, be in the top 10.
Yeah, to have a shot, I wouldn't have believed you.
It's the one thing that every bass angler is after.
It's so hard to do. It's so hard to get here. So it would mean everything to me, and I'm ready to do it.
At the end of the day, what I keep telling myself is all you can do is go out, get bites, set the hook, reel them in, and weigh in your best 5.
We've got the great fishermen. I mean, Seth and Corey and Chris, all great smallmouth fishermen. But I consider Gussie probably the best smallmouth fisherman on the planet. He figures them out everywhere we go.
I'm gonna have a chance to win, and anybody anywhere in the world, if you love bass fishing and this is your dream, it can happen to you. Fish hard, fish every chance you get. That's the best advice I could give everybody.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Bass fishing a spectator sport? You better believe it. There are only 12,000 seats inside this Coliseum. Some of these dyed-in-the-wool Classic fans arrived here at 4 o'clock this morning. This is the big show.
This is the greatest show on earth. They don't make them any better than bass fishing. This is it. This is number one.
And it's showtime. Classic 20 style.
Oh, that's some great footage from 33 years ago. The crowds, the jugglers, and everything.
What is going on there?
I'm telling you, they're having a time is what they're having in Arizona. That is for sure. It's always been a big event, although in the very first years, it was just a few hundred people around a boat dock or a ramp. Now look at these thousands just for the takeoff, just to watch them take off in the morning. Thousands are there
at
in Knoxville.
4:30 a.m. And trust me, it's been big at night here too. You can hear it from the hotel.
Oh, absolutely. Look at the crowds waiting to get into the Classic Expo right there. It's just unbelievable, the amount of interest. This is, many people claim it is, and the numbers bear it out. The number one participation sport in America is fishing. This is reflected. They want to see it done at the highest level, and they have showed up.
You said it earlier, big sports town, but it is a bass fishing region right here.
Oh, absolutely. This is the heart of bass fishing country here on the famed Tennessee River, Knoxville, Tennessee, our fantastic host city. Hats off to them for putting on another great event, the second time in 4 years. Oh, a race we have got now. We did not expect to have one. It was not on the menu, but it has suddenly appeared right now. Jeff Gustafson with a seemingly insurmountable lead to start this day, and look, almost run down by Scott Canterbury.
At the end of the weigh-in yesterday, we all looked at each other after we were done on FS1 and said, what do we do on Championship Sunday when Gustafson blows this thing out by 9:30? Absolutely not what has happened.
Not at all. It has changed the entire complexion of what has happened this morning with the clock ticking. A little over 2 hours fishing time left. Man, oh man, it's getting tight out there.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. That music right there, kind of out of nowhere. Seeing a lot of guys fishing their strength. Former Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Oh, you had better believe it. Power pole replay of the day. Scott Canterbury, that bass right there, putting him squarely in the mix. Not too many folks, a lot of the writers here that are at this event, putting him in contention, going, us included, in contention going into this final day of this Bassmaster Classic. But Scott Canterbury really one bite away from taking the lead. That is your power pole. Replay of the day, my friend.
Thank you for that, Z.
You're very welcome.
Puts it all in perspective for us there.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, we were not predicting this. And, you know, there's a 3-day tournament, which just means our predictions are discredited that much more quickly.
No, but our biggest fear in this tournament was, and we actually opened up on Fox Sports yesterday and said, hey, there is a potential for a massive blowout. At the end of the day yesterday, that's exactly what happened. But Gussie hooked up.
Yeah, this is important.
Very.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Yes. 2.
Not even measuring that.
Yes.
Okay. Having to be 18 inches long.
We got to
so.
make it happen here.
That is a smallmouth bass, and here they have to be 18 inches long to order to keep.
That was the most important part of the day so far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see the pressure that's on Gussie.
He's shaking.
Ready to go. He's getting back in there very, very quickly. He knows how quickly it can happen. He started this day with a massive lead, and he told us, and he told everybody, that it was the truth. He just needed 5 more keepers to make it happen.
I'm Jeff Gustafson, and I'm 5 bass away from the Bassmaster Classic. My confidence is good. I mean, I'm fishing a way that I love to fish. I live for that. I mean, it's doing little shakes and twitches and movements with that bait and try to trigger one to bite, you know. I've got a good game plan. I need to just make it happen one more day. But yeah, no, this is the biggest fishing day of my life, and yeah, it's just an awesome opportunity, big opportunity, and I'm ready to make the most of it.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Coming up next on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series takes a right turn into Texas, where man and machine battle over 3 miles of twists and turns at the road course at the Circuit of the Americas. The action begins next right here on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Oh, you're just going to ride that Martin Truex train, aren't you?
Absolutely.
I blame
that's
you,
where
bro.
I'm going, pal. I
Big
imagine
bass
you too.
fisherman, actually.
Yeah, fishes with you.
That's what he does.
Wow. Why wouldn't I back
Well,
a
that was
guy
an
like
unnecessary name drop. We're going to get out of the water right now. We're actually going to take a look. Here's what we're going to do, gang. We're going to get out with your leader, Jeff Gustafson. He is a master of fishing deep water. Grew up guiding fishing tournaments up in Canada, trying to be the first Canadian Bassmaster Classic champion. Really has an entire country rooting for him that fishes. We're going to take a look at what he's been doing. So this was moments ago before our commercial break. If you look at that bottom line, that white line, that is the bottom of the lake. He's in 27.4 feet of water. But if you look at that one dot to the left-hand corner, okay, keep your eye right there. So he just pitched his bait out, and you'll see his bait falling right there in the center of that screen. So you see him working that bait. And there's the fish that he just hooked and coming up to the boat.
Yeah.
And if you see right there, there was 1 or 2 behind it. Or 3.
I'd say, yeah.
There's quite a few.
Or 5.
You want to see.
That is really cool. So if you're watching here on Fox, yes, people used to actually just cast and throw and hope for a bite. Not really the case anymore in bass fishing. That is good stuff and really explains the entire story. Back to Gustafson Live. Good, very cool stuff with your mega view.
Okay. To put that in context, that had happened right right when things are starting to look a little bleak for Jeff Gustafson.
not a little bit.
Well, a lot bleak going all day. You know, with one fish so far, less than 3 hours to fish, things were looking a little rough there. Looking a lot better now. I wouldn't say out of the woods yet.
That was so far in this Classic, that was the biggest moment.
Yes.
Because now Canterbury has to make a couple big upgrades, not just one.
And guys, I think that's one of the latest keepers that Gussie's caught all week. After the afternoon, 12:30. Normally he's practicing, and even when he's tried to catch them, they haven't helped or they've been short fish. That's the first keeper probably afternoon since day one. Or late yesterday. I guess he caught that one late yesterday.
Let's get over to our defending champion from last year, the 22 Classic at Lake Hartwell, Greenville, South Carolina, Jason Christie.
And Jason Christie's been living on Fort Loudoun, all power fishing, spinner baiting, flipping a jig a lot.
Four hours later.
Well, again, after many, many tries, coming close so many times, Jason Christie last year, Lake Hartwell, where he had just missed out on a Classic a couple of years before, was able to seal the deal. Man, oh man, what a weight that was off his shoulders. You talk about pressure, and Jason Christie was feeling it, and he was feeling it lift on that day.
Honestly, I remember one thing that night, and that was meeting Bob Cobb. Other than that, I kind of blacked out. I don't remember the confetti. Had it not been for pictures and videos, I would call everybody a liar on the confetti, but I was just spent. Once the celebration started, it was just more so for my family, my kids especially. You know, they've watched Dad leave all of their life to go fishing. And yeah, I bring a trophy home every now and then, but they knew how important it was to me, and that was the first thing that I did. You know, when I get off stage, I go to the back and I talk to all of them, and they weren't there, but they were there. So yeah, it's that's what hooks you. That's why guys go back to back. That's why guys want to win it again, is that feeling after you've done it.
Your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Yes, we're in Knoxville.
Indeed.
I get a little bit of Rocky Top. Come on.
I want to be there with you later tonight.
Okay.
Right there.
We'll go get a big load of Rocky Top. We'll paint the town orange. How about that?
That was Frog and Toad's Dixie Quartet. Did you notice that?
Did I?
Bullseye.
Yeah, you nailed it, Davey. Jeff Gustafson looking a little bit better now after a very trying morning, starting this final day of the Classic with a good, strong lead over the rest of the field, and then watching only one fish go into his live well during the course of about 5 hours of fishing. That is rough.
And really set up how he has dominated this lake. He has been the boss of Tellico and Loudoun for a long time. 2 years ago in a Bassmaster Elite Series event, wire to wire, blew it away. And you got to see that again. Really, he has led, if you rewind all the way back to that tournament, he has led for 6 days.
Yeah, that's right.
And you just saw with him catching only a second keeper, but with that 18-inch minimum, when he does catch a keeper,
it's a good one.
It's a good one, and he makes up, 3 or 4 pounds when these guys catching largemouth are making up 2 or 3 ounces per catch.
Yeah, and the really good thing to see on his Mega Live, there was more than one in that school.
Well, now his lead is back to 3+, where it was down to just ounces moments ago. And These are all unofficial weights, too. I might point that out to you right now. Bass Track is our system, and these are reported by the marshals in the boat or the cameramen. And nothing's official till we reach the weigh-in, which doesn't start till, of course, after the fishing, 3:15 p.m.
Kind of see that.
I'm being boring.
Stair step bottom that he's fishing right there. His boat is sitting over 27 feet of water.
We've learned his 3 locations. When you look at his Mega
bait.
Live,
Like, they're just hanging on this edge, but like, you kind of got to just get what you get on the first crack, and it's just hard to catch them after they, they kind of know something's up.
And for the folks watching on Fox in this tournament, there are some of the best smallmouth fishermen on earth that qualified for this event, and nobody found what Gustafson found in this tournament.
That's incredible.
there's a nice group of fish there, more than there was this morning. There's 4 or 5 fish there you see. Keep in mind that with it being 26 feet deep to scale, those fish are 18 inches, but they look like little flips on the screen. Looking about 80 to 90 feet forward with the mega live view, and to the bottom 27 feet.
And this is totally, this is a wintertime technique. You get these pods and these wolf packs out in 20 to 40 feet of water. You see a lot of tournaments that are dominated throughout the winter. And really, Gussie's enemy throughout this tournament was the warm nights, the warming trend, because what it does more than anything, it just breaks those smallmouth schools up where they want to push shallower.
Yeah, and as a tournament angler, that's one of the most difficult things when you're fishing a multiple-day tournament, 3 days in this case. You want to try to fish where those fish are headed this time of year. These are pre-spawn fish headed to spawn. And it's hard to predict that, and most of these anglers chose to fish shallow for largemouth because they thought these fish would be farther along in the spawning process.
And the other, if you talk to a lot of the locals here that fish this lake and this lake gets a lot of pressure. It gets a lot of local, regional pressure. Back when he won in 2021, they said, yeah, you can do it for a lot of single-day tournaments, or one on all smallmouth having to be 18 inches or longer. But you can't do it for 2, 3, 4 days, and this guy did it 2 years ago. And a lot of those same locals said, yeah, but you can't do it again, and he has set himself up to do it again.
He's amazed a lot of people this week.
Absolutely.
Including myself, and I asked him, we were in the room with him yesterday afternoon, hey, I know you're a nice guy, you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, you're a humble guy. What makes you so good at this? He says, I do it all the time.
Yes.
Catch half of my fish on the Bassmaster Elite Series doing this.
And it's rare that you have a Bassmaster Classic and your leader has thrown one bait Look, these guys throw 50 baits a day.
Oh,
the general,
their
bulk
boats
of
look
the
like
field.
a tackle store.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
unbelievable. Over to Drew Benton. Drew currently in 5th place. He caught a good one early, but it's been very slow for him since then. He's hooked up now, though.
That one's cute. Pretty sure. Gonna be close.
Looks to be a keeper. May not measure, but we'll watch and bring in Robbie Floyd, who was just right there, I believe. Robbie into the conversation. What's been going on with Drew for the last few minutes?
Well, Drew was kind of surprised. He actually came into this pocket. Things have changed for him. And again, to the NASCAR fans, you got to change your setup. He came in here yesterday, and the temperature was around 65 degrees. Today, it's closer to the 60 side. Things have actually cleared up. He was surprised on some of the laydowns he didn't get bit on today, whether it be flipping or throwing the spinnerbait. He saw a lot of bait activity in here. You could see fish actually schooling. He threw the trap, rattle trap for just a little while, or lipless crankbait, and then he picked up the spinnerbait once again. And I see a couple of stick-ups over to the left and caught that one that, needs to make 14 inches. That's his second keeper. But again, for these NASCAR comparisons, you see a one-trick pony in Guston as far as what he's locked into. He's not going away from that. He's a night race at Bristol. Every one of these guys, everybody else will be at Bristol. They'll be at Texas Motor Speedway. They'll be at COTA today. And they're just like those crew chiefs and drivers. They're making changes on the fly. Gussie is stuck to his one thing. These guys are doing something different, chasing the track right now. And the track is ever changing. And that little adjustment added a little bit for Drew, and hopefully the other guys will try and make those adjustments as well.
Robbie, I'll do that same analogy right back to you, my friend. You have always been flawless on Championship Sunday of the Bassmaster Classic. Notice you kind of riding the Drew Benton train when there's been other steady risers. Explain, friendo.
Well, there's one reason, because we knew Drew was doing two different things. He was doing the Gussie type stuff, had a lot of lookers, but not many takers. He wanted a couple there, and then he was going to go to a place. He caught a 5-pounder yesterday. This is that place. And you and I and everybody else knew that it would be hard to survive on smallmouth alone, and we're still seeing that unless Gussie can get another one or two. If he catches a couple of 5-pounders, which he's done in this area, that's gravy. That's on top of everything, and that's how you make those big jumps. So do you follow a guy that can make a big jump, or do you follow a guy that may or may not catch another smallmouth the rest of the day?
One question about Drew, Robbie. The clock is ticking. I mean, these guys know that it's ticking. Are you seeing any signs of him moving a little faster, behaving a little more differently, a little more anxiety coming into the picture?
That's a great question, because, typically with these anglers, when they start feeling that pressure and they don't have that limit, even though they've got a bait that they need to work slowly, they naturally want to move faster. And at the end of the day, they'll say, I wish I would have slowed down. Drew actually is throwing a spinner bait, number 5 Colorado blade, 1/2 ounce, and he's slow rolling it. I do see his retrieve starting to pick up, as you mentioned, but for the most part, he's still trying to slow roll it, entice those fish to bite, and hopefully he can get some more.
All right. Good job, Robbie. Thank you so much. Now we know why you're there. He offered a good explanation of that, I think. Absolutely. Well, we've got it going on here. Big crowd here. Again, we're coming to you from inside the Bassmaster Outdoors Expo. Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo, presented by U.S. Army. Our own Ronnie Moore is out there somewhere in that crowd. Ronnie, can we pick you up right now?
Academy booth, and I've got two special guests with me. I've got Reese and Bryce, the 2022 high school national champions. Reese, first off, what an honor to represent the high school series at the Bassmaster Classic this year.
Yeah, it's been an absolute honor. We couldn't do it without Academy, and Strike King put on an awesome platform for us to fish. So without those two amazing sponsors, we could not be here on the Classic stage talking to a whole bunch of people, walking around a booth, talking to a whole bunch of amazing companies. So without Academy and Strike King and Bassmaster, none of this would be possible.
The trophy's not too bad either, but on that same note, Academy has done something special for high school anglers, that when they win the championship, they get to be the lead boat for the Bassmaster Classic. Bryce, what was it like leading out the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, all the fans that take off? It only makes you want to be an angler in this event one day.
Absolutely. It was a life-changing experience, and I'm so thankful for Bass Academy for bringing us here. And yes, I'm hoping in the future that I can be back at a Classic and fishing it.
We've seen the Wisconsin anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series be so successful. We've got a couple in our top 10 today for this final day of the Classic. I know these two guys, we're going to see them in the College Series and beyond very soon.
Well, thank you so much, Ronnie Moore. Yes, those Bassmaster Youth Tournament Series, a big emphasis on that over the past 10 years, and there have been results. And Ronnie just mentioned it there. A lot of people, several of them fishing in this tournament, are veterans of high school and college and even the junior fishing programs right now. So very much making an impact. Well, who's going to make the big impact at the end of the day? We do not know yet, but we'll be right back.
He is your champion, ladies and
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
in bass fishing, there's guys from all over the world. They're all different shapes and sizes.
My dream has always been to look up in the stands and see my family and see the flag. I want to see the Australian flag in the stands.
Yeah, Bassmaster Classic is my big, big dream.
This tournament is like the #1 dream that you have. I can remember, you know, when I was a little kid, just watching every classic on TV. I mean, I could tell you every winner from the, you know, from the 90s.
Well, the success of the Bassmaster Classic through the years may be an only in America story, but bass fishing is not only in America. We find it in Australia. We've had plenty of Australians here come down to root for Carl Jocumsen, who qualified this year around. The Japanese anglers have played big for many, many years.
Absolutely.
A couple of decades now, as a matter of fact.
We have definitely seen a big influx of Canadians on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but we're going to talk about one other angler, right? By the way, he was talking about classic champions in the 90s, Davey Height, you being one of those, correct?
Yeah. Correct. A long time ago, Z. Long time ago.
Well, Scott Canterbury, certainly a big part of the story here, while Jeff Gustafson endured a lot of things to try his patience during the course of this day. Scott Canterbury has gone to work out there.
And really the difference between Canterbury and your leader, Jeff Gustafson, really Jeff Gustafson only fishing 2 spots. They are spot-oriented smallmouth. You look at a lot of your largemouth fishermen fishing on Fort Loudoun, you are having to cover water. Scott Canterbury fishing really 4 foot of water and less, spinner baiting, crank baiting, a lot of fish on a jig. And if you look at a laydown like that laydown right there on the shore, your Mercury move of the day today, Scott Canterbury, kind of coming out of nowhere from 5th place all the way up unofficially in 2nd right now. Very, very steady throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he has been. And one thing I've noticed today, and I think has been a key to his success, we had a camera with him yesterday. We had a camera with Drew Benton. Scott Canterbury has been moving around and not refishing areas like he fished yesterday. Drew Benton, when Robbie Floyd was with him earlier, was fishing the same stretch of laydowns that we saw him catch 3 or 4 fish on yesterday. I think Scott Canterbury is really being wise on this final day to explore new water.
And you kind of look at the water right there that Canterbury's looking at. Off-colored water where these largemouth push shallow, especially with the warm nights.
This is definitely new water for him.
Absolutely. And the one, you know, you look at a guy like Scott Canterbury fishing on Fort Loudoun, little bit more consistent for largemouth. Hey, this is a body of water. We've seen it in Bassmaster Classics here. There are 6 to 8 pounders in this lake. I mean, he is still 1 hook set away from taking the lead.
Absolutely. Scott Canterbury's been a pro for a good long time with a lot of success, but only 4 years ago, he's in his 5th year now with the Bassmaster Elite Series, but that first year he came out, he just went ahead and won the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title to sort of prove his bona fides out here in a big way.
Scott Canterbury, very, very solid fishing shallow water, growing up in Alabama. That right, Winyah Bay.
That's a buzzbait fish from Winyah Bay.
But really looking at his season, it's when he came up north and stood up on big smallmouth bodies of water, proving his versatility. Great Angler of the Year season for your Alabama angler, Scott Canterbury, back in 2019.
That season, probably 3 or 4 of those events, the final hours of one day, he made that move. Hopefully he'll do it today.
All right. That's an award for consistency throughout a season. A very, very important award as well. Some people say it's right behind or maybe even equal with the Bassmaster Classic, depending who you talk to. There is your 2023 Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year standings as it stands right now. 2 events into the season. In Louisiana's Tyler Rivette, who won our first stop down at Lake Okeechobee in Florida. Carl Jocumsen, who had a good effort at both Okeechobee. And our next stop, and Joey Cifuentes would be the winner there at that one.
Not quite your usual Angler of the Year standings right there that we see.
No, not exactly.
Some different names in there.
Yes, big new names. People we're just getting to know, as a matter of fact.
Florida threw some veterans of the sport for a loop the first 2 events. So we'll see if the South Carolina swing at the end of April will get it back on track.
We'll be at the Santee Cooper Complex of Lakes and also Lake Murray.
South Carolina.
Home lake.
Certainly looking forward to that one.
when you're Davey Height, an Angler of the Year and a Classic champion in the past, you don't have a home lake, Tommy. You have home lakes. He's got multiple home lakes.
Of course, yeah.
I grew up on beautiful Lake Murray.
He's got a pocket full of lakes.
Oh, shit. Hadn't been there in a while. Looking forward to that one.
I heard it's pretty good fishing there now.
Yes, sir.
I've kind of learned whatever lake they're biting on in South Carolina is Davey's home lake for a week or two. It's generally off of the first 2 days of this Bassmaster Classic is when we've seen much bigger and more consistent largemouth fishing.
Coming out of some very shallow water, some of them.
Yes.
Some of the biggest ones.
It's amazing, though, the color difference. You look at your leader, Jeff Gustafson, on the left-hand side of your screen, deep and clear in Tellico. Then you look at John Cox, dirty, dirty, shallow water. Water temps right now, call it 58, all the way up to a couple anglers yesterday saying we were approaching that 64 to 65 degree range back in some of these pockets.
Oh, came racing up. And I missed him. Got him. Oh, it's a big one too, guys. Oh, no, it's not. God. That got me fired up. Brutal.
You see how quickly he gets back to the front of the boat. A lot of those smallmouth in that deep water, 20 to 30 feet, travel in little wolf packs.
It's very unusual here the way these smallmouth sit so close to the bottom or in these cracks where you can't see them until they come up. And oftentimes, even with a non-keeper, when you hook that fish and bring it up, other fish will just appear, and some of those fish likely would be keepers.
Just gotta like rip it around maybe and just get one to, like that thing, I started reeling it up fast. He came almost right to the surface.
One lure all tournament long, a Z-Man 4-inch jerk shad, Smeltonator jig head.
He's definitely making longer casts away from the boat today than he has in the previous days. A lot of his fish have been coming from 5 to about 15 feet in front of the boat using his forward-facing sonar. That cast there was probably 30 or 40 feet away from the boat.
Yeah.
Davey, you've won a Bassmaster Classic down in New Orleans. Talk to us about what is going through his head this time of day.
Well, the interesting thing is I was fortunate enough to win one, but I also finished second in one.
Yes.
Never led the tournament officially, but unofficially late in the day
Is that where
I
you
led.
hooked yourself in the leg?
That was a different time. Many times I did that. So I felt both ends of that spectrum. You know, it slipping away and then also winning and having a good lead. There's really no way to describe, because you live, other than your family, this is what these people live for. And to have the moment and have almost in your grasp of your hand that trophy and feel it slipping away like Gussie was a few hours ago, I think he feels a lot better now that he has 2 fish in the live well. But just put yourself, in their shoes. This is what you live for. This is what you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning for many, many, many years. And to have a chance to win, which everyone knows, no matter who you are, you're not going to have but a handful of chances if you're very, very lucky. It's tough. And Gussie put it best. It's painful.
Right.
It's painful on this final day, even with the lead that he had.
One of the most popular anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's a great guy to be around on the water, off the water. And he knew coming into this championship Sunday that it was not going to be. He might have made it look easy the first 2 days, but he knew that warm weather that set in, eventually these smallmouth were going to break up.
Yeah, he had definitely had that fear coming into this day.
And obviously we don't know how this is going to shake out, but if he would win, had this tournament started one day later and finished one day later, I don't think he would be your winner.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, so it was the same way in the 4-day elite he won here. Those largemouth guys like John Cox and Steve Kennedy were coming on that final day. They were catching them, and they were starting to make a move shallow. And this is like Monday of this week. It's going to start moving in their direction.
Yes, totally.
Well, we're all moving in the direction of the weigh-in. That's when everything's going to be decided. That is going to be the ultimate moment coming up later today. We got an hour and a half of fishing time. Well, 2 hours of fishing time, let's call it. Maybe a little less for some of our anglers, depending on travel times. Jeff Gustafson, though, 2 fish in the live well. Feels like he's got to have 5. More on that to come.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
This huge event, the Bassmaster Classic, is also a celebration of the tradition of the Classic and all those great wins from years gone by and back in 2003. Who doesn't remember that? What an incredible moment for Mike Iaconelli. He'd already been the Bass Nation champion. He'd been a pro for a little while then, but he came to this Classic in the Louisiana Delta in 2003 and made it a memorable final day. Just a great thing. And all these people have come to the Classic to meet their heroes as well, and a lot of them have been meeting up with them and getting to talk to him for the first time. We're lucky enough to get to talk to Mike Iaconelli right now. Mike, thanks so much for being with us. Classic champ, Angler of the Year, Bass Nation champ. Nobody owns that trifecta. And even more impressive is your 20 Classic that you've appeared in and 11 top 10 finishes in the Classic. That is astounding.
It's crazy. It's very surreal. When you say it, it doesn't even sound real to me. But the Classic is our championship event. This is the one you dream about when you're a kid. Davey, I know you felt that when you were young. When I was 12 years old, it's what I thought about. I dreamt about being at this event. So making it is important. Winning is even bigger. There's a guy here today that's going to hoist that trophy.
Yeah. So, Mike, Z just asked me, how does Gussie feel today? And I try my best to describe that. You've been on the winning end, and you've seen them like you're feeling them slip away. Try to describe, because I had a hard time even being able to describe how you actually feel in those moments.
I'll be honest, guys, I'm nervous just watching it. So it's a lot of nerves. It's a lot of emotion, and you have to be able to control it. In my career, I've done a really poor job of controlling emotion and staying calm. As I watch these guys, the guy that can keep it together, focus, Gussie, he needs a few more fish. If he can keep it together, if he can stay focused, that's going to be your champion. Oh, my gosh. We have guys behind us saying, hey! Somebody say ho! Say ho, ho! I feel like I'm at a rap concert. This is great.
I've been following you, covering you at tournaments for 2 decades, Mike. And these people, yes, but the thing that always struck me, you are a magnet for kids. Kids, for some reason, all these years, you want to find the kids, you go find Mike Iaconelli.
Yeah, it's great. It's very humbling to have an impact on the sport and have people like what you do. But getting kids involved in the sport is so important. We are losing our connection every year with the outdoors. So to see young people excited about fishing, wanting to have a rod and reel, wanting to cast, that makes me happy. And that's what we need to grow our sport.
Absolutely. Can you stick with us a minute, kind of help us break it down, get out on the water? Let's get out on the water right now. Final day of the Classic, the clock ticking. We have just about 2 hours left to fish out there. This is an important time of day. Let's get out and take a look at John Cox fishing in his 4th Classic.
Practicing.
So is it surprising to you, Mike, that we see Gussie, not necessarily that he's leading, but you see an angler that's been fishing from 20 to 32 feet of water most of the event, and then you see a John Cox fishing less than 2 feet most of the event?
Oh, gosh, got one hook in there. It's amazing to me, the diversity of this lake. And I'm going to be honest with you. Coming into this event, what John's doing right now, I thought this was the winning pattern. Fish coming, dirty water, stained water, right?
Oh, my God.
John's throwing a little shallow crankbait here. This is a pre-spawn pattern.
One in here.
So Gussie's pattern to me is a wintertime pattern. I didn't think that was going to hold up. This might be heating up.
This Fusion 19 hooks, gosh, they're sharp. Been using the same Fritz side pretty much all week. Oh, jeez. Boy, all them years watching Kevin Van Dam unhook them on his crankbaits. I'm like, I'm gonna get it down where I don't even need pliers. But I'm not there yet. What is the...
You know, I'm watching this right now, and here's the thing. John is still, he's in contention. You know, as he puts this fish in the live well, he's right here for the win still. Davey, 1 or 2 big ones, he's in the mix.
Yeah, right before you came on, we were talking about how I think if this tournament had started one day later and tomorrow was the final day, Gussie would not be the winner. I'm not saying he's going to be at this point, but everything is changing, and one day, either way, really determines who wins this tournament.
I would agree with you. The other thing I'm noticing with John is the spectators not there. And I got a chance to look at Gussie, and even with today's technology, live technology, people watching it live, I saw a lot of spectator boats. Listen to me, 20, 30 foot of water. I know that sounds deep, but that impacts his fish. I know it's having an effect on him today.
More so before live came about. Your job at a Classic, a big part of it was directing traffic around your fishing effort.
Directing traffic. David, you know.
You do too, back in the day, man.
Oh, my gosh. It was a job to manage. We mentioned Kevin, to manage 80, 90, 100 boats. And that's a lot of pressure. But even what Gussie has right now, which is maybe 10 to 20 boats following, there's trolling motor noise, there's depth finder noise, there's sound, and that impacts those fish. And it worries me about Gussie's fish.
Different kind of event, a lot of chaos out there, but it's a little less maybe because we have live coverage right now. One thing I wanted to mention, and thanks so much for being here today, Mike, is I just heard about it this morning. Maybe it was just announced today. You have been voted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. Congrats.
Thank you. It's amazing. It's so surreal. You know, dreaming about doing this for a living, you think about the Classic and Angler of the Year. But to be in a category with those guys, my heroes, it's unbelievable to me. It doesn't feel real. I don't know that it'll set in for a while, but so proud, so humbled to be in that group.
You have so many irons in the fire, so many great projects, Bash U, all the rest of it, Ike Live. The work you do with kids is massive and very effective. But you're not done with Classics yet. You want to win another Classic, don't you?
I'm not done with Classics. You know, I took a little bit of a break. I took a breather, and I think a lot of people in their lives and in their careers take a pause. And when I took that pause, I was itching to get back. Davey, I know you know what I'm talking about, but that competitive fire started to burn, and I feel like I have a second wind going. My body's wearing out. I'm getting older, but my mind is still young. I would love to come back to a Classic. I would love to compete for a Classic, and I want to win again. I want to win at the Bassmaster tournament again.
I think a lot of people have confidence, myself included, probably Davey as well. The great Mike Iaconelli. Thanks so much, Mike, for being with us today. We push on into this afternoon, the final hours of fishing at the Bassmaster Classic, the final day. We are headed closer and closer to weigh-in time. Jeff Gustafson, who was in the dire straits not so long ago, looking a little bit better now, but not out of the woods yet. We'll be right back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
From Montgomery, Alabama, Bassing News covering the highlights of the 1982 Bassmasters Classic with Phil Snow at Montgomery Civic Center.
Here is where the king of this year's Classic will be crowned.
Bob Barnes at the launching area.
This is where the tournament begins and ends. Fishermen will leave here at sunrise and return at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for 3 straight days of competition.
Tommy Boutwell at the equipment lot.
The world's top bass fishermen will have the best of equipment. Over $750,000 worth of modern machines, all rigged exactly alike, waiting to take them into fishing supremacy.
Sammy George at Montgomery River.
You're looking at 80 miles of river, where contestants will find the finest bass fishing in the world.
Might have been the golden age of Bassmaster Classic. Back when they specialized, we had guys who did ramps, guys who did boat yards, guys who did bridges and stuff like that. I mean, you know, it's different now. It's different now. We kind of have to be a little more, you know, all over the place. Now, but what if we looked at, you know, those our group in those spots right there?
That whole thing was so Ron Burgundy. That's where Ron Burgundy came from, commentating bass tournaments. And Tommy, a wild eye for fashion back then.
Oh, man, absolutely.
You play some Christopher Cross in the background, you are bullseye.
It is so bland compared to back then. I mean, look at that. Principal Robbie Floyd.
It really is.
That's leading the way. Absolutely. And Dave Mercer, of course, the boatyard man. That, if only we could do it that way here in 2023, but that from the 1982.
Actually, that
looks exactly the same.
That's like when we started
because I am from that era. I come from the past. What do you think there, Mark Zona?
It works.
Yes,
Is that
absolutely.
Forrest Zona? Who is that?
I don't care. People say you can't be a cowboy. I think we just disproved that right there. That was
a total hot mess.
All right.
That was awesome. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm over at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And the Bassmaster Classic, since its inception, has been a worldwide affair. We've seen anglers from across the world. We mentioned it yesterday. 7 different countries have been represented, with Canada possibly winning their first title. We've had 1 international classic champion in the past. Maybe Jeff Gustafson makes it 2. We've got Australia represented as well in this year's classic. We've had Zimbabwe, South Africa, so many different places. And we have so many different places where people come to watch bass fishing and entertain it, whether they're here in person or watching from afar. Cool stories all around the classic, just like Taku Ito having his family from Japan come and visit. Fans loved seeing that online. Fans got to see their heroes like Bill Dance here at the Expo, and it's the only place you can really have access to your heroes in the sport of fishing is right here. And all of these folks have been sending in their stuff via hashtag Bassmaster Classic on all social medias. You can even get, this is what's great about Knoxville, Tennessee. The takeoff ramp is 5 minutes from the convention center where the Expo is, and it's about another minute or 2 away from Thompson Bowling Arena where the weigh-in is. You can go out on the water and watch your favorite pros, do it live in front of you, and watch Bassmaster live later on, especially if you're up north and you still have about a foot or 2 of snow like they do in Wisconsin right now. I know Jay Shakirat's glad he's in the field and not at home. We appreciate all our veterans and servicemen and women that are watching from afar as well. And then this is where it's going to go down this evening. If you've never been to a Bassmaster Classic, you're going to get a treat at the final weigh-in. This is where we're going to crown the champion. And honestly, the money spins. The trophy can get dust on it later, but you will always go down if you win today as a Bassmaster Classic champion. I know they carry that title with honor and dignity, just like you have, Davey Hyde, over the years. Such a cool place to be. I know I always shed a tear at that final weigh-in because someone's life's going to change today. And the fans who witness it, their life, and they're inspired because of it.
Good stuff, Ronnie. Yes, someone's life is about to change today, and it's not that far away. An hour and a half at best of fishing time left for our 25 anglers out there today. The clock is ticking, and some of our the guys at the top are definitely feeling it for sure.
Yeah, and really, if you kind of look at where Gussie's day is right now, 2 fish in his live well, 3 short of a 5 bass limit. Actually, Gussie burning a little more time right now, gassing up. He's going to have about a 45 to 50 mile run, so not much fishing time left in his day.
Not a lot of fishing time, and he's gassing up. On day 1, he didn't have to because he felt so comfortable. Spent the last few hours searching for new locations, went back at a lower RPM, went slow. Bites. Today, he's going to fish to the last minute. He's going to run wide open all the way back to check-in.
Started the day with about a 6.5-pound lead over the rest of the field, and that went away pretty quick.
And he told us yesterday, he said, hey, look, guys, if I do catch 5 18-inch smallmouth or better, I'm bringing it back to Knoxville, and I'll hang out at the boat dock and kind of just gamble that I got this thing sealed up. That is not the case right now. 2 fish in his live well.
It's not like anybody's running him down. We've only got 3 anglers with limits today, and Jonathan Dietz, our 3rd Bass Nation qualifier, just filled his out. He's got about 10 pounds. He's still 15th place and almost 14 pounds back.
I've never seen a classic more wide open still. Like a 5-pounder for 5 different guys right now, and they're right there.
So I noticed yesterday he filled up with premium, like 91 octane. He was sure he had this thing in the bag. He just put 87 in there, and he's running back.
I know the feeling.
He did get the receipt, though. He did get the receipt, just in case. You know?
Just in case. Well, it's been an exciting day, a little more exciting than we had actually anticipated. We keep saying that, but we just want to underscore the the unique events that have gone down today. We was going to be a walkover for Jeff Gustafson, and then it wasn't, and then he caught another one. Looks a little better now. Things are changing, but as Ronnie said, the door is still open. I mean, it is wide open for the angler who would land a couple of big largemouth bass.
There's Scott Canterbury simply needs a 13 3/4 pound limit to tie Jeff Gustafson unofficially. There's 3 more that need 11 pounds to be right there, just 11 pounds. They do this every day of their career. They catch at least 11 pounds, and they need it in the biggest day of their career right now.
Yeah, let's go. Hopefully there's some current in there.
So by that comment, I'm assuming he's going back to the canal.
Absolutely.
And finish the afternoon.
Yes, the canal, and to rewind, that is where he won the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament 2 years ago.
Yeah. I'm going to cast a couple of these slips while I'm here.
Wow.
Let's take him back.
He is doing stuff that we have not seen at all in this tournament
He
with
has
him.
not made a cast within
Got to figure out
400
how to
yards
catch
of
a
a boat
couple.
dock.
I'm trying. I'm going to cast a little just around these docks a couple times, see if I can get lucky. Oh, tearing up my mic.
Well, there was a little boat dock action at about this time on the final day back in 2019, as I recall, that produced a fish or two.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're exactly right, Tommy. To the winner, eventual winner.
Yeah.
Talked about it a little bit earlier on FS1. Here for the Fox viewers, Gussie goes by the Canadian snow leopard is what he's called.
Yeah, snagged first cast.
Actually, talked to us yesterday, identifies as a snow leopard.
No, I don't know about that.
Furry groups.
I missed him saying.
He said that. He said that. And I don't know about the furry group thing, but
not that there's
that's
anything wrong
acceptable
with that.
these days. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you fish offshore for 4 days.
Right. Your casting's
First
off.
cast to a boat dock, clink.
Hey, Davey, earlier in the day you mentioned Brian Schmidt and his roommate, Brian New, sharing some locations because they're both fishing today. And Brian New has 3 for 12-11. He's got a 3 1/4, a 4, and a 5.5 pounder.
Wow.
He's in our top 10 now from the last man in. I think, I don't know if it's where Schmidt was planning to go, but if it was, man, that's going to break up that household maybe.
All I'm going to say is Brian Schmidt is a very nice guy. Maybe to a fault, but a very nice guy.
Yeah. Davey, did you give your spots away ever in the Bassmaster Classic?
I never said Davey Height was a very nice guy to a fault.
We also, maybe he said, I gave him one of my spots, but maybe it wasn't one he was planning to use, and maybe he was just saying it was a good spot just to seem like a nicer guy than maybe, he's like, yeah, go over there.
Davey, I really haven't known you to give your spots away outside of the Bassmaster Classic.
No, you're right.
No, I know I'm right.
Well, let's take a look at the catches today for Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, taking a look at this spot right here. This is where he did all of his damage pretty much on day 2, mid-morning. Solid one right there. 3 1/4, 3.5 pounder. Backed it up with this one about an hour ago. And that is the only 2 fish in your Leaders Live Well.
I think you nailed it. That was the most important fish
of the tournament.
This tournament
Absolutely.
for Gussie.
Had a couple of shorts mixed in there as well. And we got a Bass Pro Shops top lures right now.
Exactly right. It's very, very rare for an angler really to throw one bait the entire tournament. Most of these guys have 15 to 20 different rods rigged. And take a look at this right here. It's a Z-Man jerk shads, just trying to emulate the threadfin shad in this lake. Very realistic jig head, a Smeltonator 3/8 ounce Smeltonator jig head. And you'll notice how far you can stretch this bait with its Elastec technology. And what it does, basically, it keeps this bait horizontal, very buoyant. And the other thing that Gussie said to us, the biggest key on his depth finder, on his Mega Live, keep this bait above the bass. Draw them up to where they'll eat it. But right there, that Z-Man jerk shad has been the only bullet in Gussie's gun this entire tournament.
Again, that's something he's been working on for 20 years,
yes.
that technique. And it was funny, he stressed so much to us when we interviewed him how important the knot was.
Yes.
To make that
keep
thing.
it horizontal.
Keep it
That's
horizontal.
the biggest
the knot
key
is
in that.
Key to that.
And look, that for everybody that's up in Canada watching this and up north, that is a jig head minnow. That's been in walleye fishing, perch fishing, bass fishing 101 since like 1901.
A little over an hour left. Hopefully we can pluck a couple in there. I'm sure people are like, oh, go catch a largemouth, but I just don't really have. I got one little stretch that it's just being flat, calm like this. I just don't love it. It was a little bit windy and dirty and maybe, but hopefully there'll be some current up here.
Well, that'll be the last stop of the day, I reckon. Do you think?
Yeah, I think he'll fish the rest of the tournament in that canal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Jeff Gustafson, his fate is in his hands right now, and he can certainly improve his prospects with 1 and 2. He mentioned 2. 2 might get it done.
And he caught one big one in there late yesterday afternoon, so he is all in on that canal.
Jeff Gustafson right on top there still. Scott Canterbury, the man who's made the most headway against him. John Cox, Brian Schmidt having a good tournament. Drew Benton in there as well. We'll be right back.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
What are you talking about, baby? Bassmaster Classic right here. That's what we gotta have. Some of them. I've been doing it since I was 3 or 4 years old, or probably in the boat. I mean, good gracious. There's so many memories. Just something that I love doing, just being in the boat with my dad, my uncle, just learning to fish from them. I mean, I'm just going to go fishing. I'm just going to go out and fish and have fun. Hopefully I can catch everything that bites. Today I did. Yesterday I didn't catch everything that bit, and it hurt me a little bit. But I went back to where I missed a fish yesterday that would have helped me, and I caught this. I think it was the same fish, really and truly. So it did me better today to catch it than it did yesterday. And sometimes things work that way, but who knows? We're going to go out and fish hard tomorrow, see if we can't reach out and grab it and, hold a trophy up like the Crimson Tide.
Scott Canterbury, currently unofficially 3 pounds at 3 ounces behind our leader, Jeff Gustafson, right now. He can see the dream from here.
Absolutely. He's one swing of the rod from winning this thing. Very emotional, Scott Canterbury, right there.
Yeah, it was, and rightfully so, given the events of today. But let's take some time right now to get everyone caught up with what's been happening today with our Yamaha Midday Report. It's been an unexpected day for sure.
Yes, all eyes were on this angler after day number 1, Brian Schmidt. Davey Hyden, I kind of thought he would kind of crack the code on Fort Loudoun, fishing in about 4 to 7 feet of water, using his sonar, locating isolated brush piles, little pieces of wood, areas that these bass, basically little stop signs. A little bit slow today for Brian Schmidt. 4 fish, 5 pounds and 12 ounces, but Brian Schmidt with yet another good tournament, wrapped up last year's Bassmaster Elite Series on the Mississippi River with a victory.
Yeah, he's won an elite event in the last 2 years. That's hard to do. That was very hard to get those victories.
Yeah, one of the reasons I thought he was going to be so hard to beat in this tournament, he had located so many of those pieces of cover offshore with his electronics, but a big thing that has slowed him down, he hasn't been able to get those fish to bite anything but a shaky head worm, so it's taken him a long time to fish each piece of cover.
Well, let's take a look at John Cox right now, considered very dangerous on this day because of the size he was getting. It was a little bit bigger than everyone with regard to largemouth yesterday.
Like your leader, Jeff Gustafson. Pretty much one bullet in John Cox's gun throughout this entire tournament, throwing a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait. very, very shallow water. And the number one key for John Cox throughout this tournament, stay in that dirty water areas. These fish want to get up, get shallow. Water temps have been rising, and really, John Cox has just fished what's in front of him, and what's in front of him is exactly where he caught him 2 years ago on Fort Loudoun.
It's really amazing how just plain and simple John Cox keeps it. He's been throwing one bait all week. Watching him unhook several of those fish, I don't think he even has a pair of pliers in his boat.
I don't either. He was looking around. I noticed that.
He doesn't carry a lot of tools, does he?
Good eye on that, Davey. I saw that too.
Scott Canterbury now. The man putting the most pressure on our leader all day long.
Yeah, really, Scott Canterbury cut his teeth fishing a lot of the waters in Alabama, and he is a shallow water grinder. Said he loves fishing here. Doesn't care if it's a tough body of water. Really sets up good to power fish. Been fishing laydowns all week, a little bit of boat docks. Caught a lot of fish yesterday late on a spinnerbait, and some really good ones. Going to need to see that from Scott Canterbury today, but yet another good Bassmaster Classic for the Alabama angler.
Absolutely. 12-13 on day one, up the ante to 15-3 on yesterday. So certainly on to something here. He has proven it today.
Scott Canterbury, obviously a great fisherman throughout the country, but he has fished a lot on the Coosa River chain. The low water just this time of year when those fish are wanting to move up but just don't quite move up, very similar to the Coosa River where Scott Canterbury has fished a lot of his life.
And Jeff Gustafson.
Taking a look at Gussie's day so far. Your day one leader and day two leader has been perfect this entire event, except for this championship Sunday. The goal is to catch 5 bass. Gussie's targeting 18-inch smallmouth. 2 fish in his live well. The door is still open. Can actually watch Gussie live in the same exact spot where he won a tournament here 2 years ago in the Bassmaster Elite Series. That was your Yamaha Midday report.
Oh, yes, incidentally. Yes, thank you, Z.
Boy, it is a sheet of glass out there compared to yesterday.
So I really think he's made the decision to spend the rest of his tournament in this canal where he has had so much success, but it has gotten so much pressure for 30 years.
Yes. See. Bassmaster MC Dave Mercer in his boat likes to get out on Fort Loudoun and Tellico on the weekends right there.
Sort of sweat the anglers a little bit, yeah.
I heard Iaconelli when he was up here talking, and he made the comment, as weary as these fish are, especially in the canal where this canal that you see Gussie in right here gets so much pressure, but even those deeper areas on Telico, Iaconelli making the comment, having those spectator boats, that does not help that deep water bite, especially if they have their sonars on and you're getting a lot of pinging off the transducers.
The big difference, too, is you say, well, this canal, there's boats traveling through that canal 365 days a year. Those fish are conditioned to that. That's true, but they're not conditioned to that many boats sitting there with electronics running, which the electronics, you know, is pinging a sound from off of that transducer. And when you get 10, 20, or 30 of those fish certainly can feel that, and they're not accustomed to that.
Oh, this is going to be a big half hour of fishing for Gussie, one of the nicest guys on the Elite Series.
Well, talk before going in was this wouldn't hold out, this area. There were 16 boats of the pros practicing during this last weekend for this. So you can imagine that it'd be rough, and they've seen a lot of baits.
They see a lot of baits in that canal daily in this region.
They do. But here's the key, Such. I think he's only weighed one fish so far that he actually caught in this canal.
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Caught one yesterday. He lost a big one here day one.
Right. So most of his fish have been in that general area, but not in the canal where he caught all of his fish in 2021 in that Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. The key to him doing so well in this Classic is finding those 2 other areas just outside of this canal.
Absolutely. That's been the whole tournament.
Yes. But let's say he doesn't catch another one. That fish that he caught yesterday afternoon, the one that helped him a pound, maybe even a pound and a half, could have been the key fish.
Absolutely.
I think he's going to have another opportunity for keeper smallmouth, whether he boats it or not.
Going to need it.
Yes.
Yes.
About time we checked in with Robbie Floyd. He is actually, we understand now, standing by with both Scott Canterbury and Brian Schmidt. Is that right, Robbie?
Yeah, I'm trying to identify now. I was telling our producer just a second ago, Dan, look over there to my right, and you'll see on the main river, just off the main river, nice little sandy flat going out, to where we're at, little sandbar. That's where Schmidt is. If you look to my left, you'll see up against the bank, flipping wood, throwing a crankbait at some of the rock. And what he says is his favorite stretch of the lake is Scott Canterbury. And I hear you guys talking about, and we're watching Gussie and doing all this stuff, and as soon as he caught that second fish, you kept saying that, he has to feel so much more relieved on that second fish. Covering these guys for the past 20 years, I can promise you, if you're leading the Bassmaster Classic on the final day and you only have 2 fish, unless they're 5-pounders, you're not feeling good at all. You're actually starting to get sick. I was talking with Hank Cherry last night, and he's like, he just needs to get a limit. He doesn't need a big limit. So until he gets that limit, that small limit, I promise you, no matter what he says, Gussie's probably wanting to throw up right now, and he doesn't realize there's somebody that's only 3 pounds away from him. This area, he's already caught, 2 4-pounders. He coming to this wood, flipping a jig, expecting to catch a 5. So one fish could make all the difference in the world. And is everything that we know from what we've seen, these guys on the water have no idea. And I promise you, with 2 fish, Gussie wants to throw up right now.
Looking at Scott Canterbury right there, Robbie, does he have any spectator boats with him? And here's the other side of that. These anglers also know if you show up, there's a pretty good clue they're doing okay.
Yeah, and as far as spectators, that's why I came to Scott, because I knew he was in the area. He was actually out there fishing the main river in a boat dock, one that he hadn't fished before. 0. There's one boat that's been chasing him, but he's actually working the event. That is it. He's had it to himself. Had some followers early on, but right now he's got no pressure. We're in a shallow little flat area, nice pocket. If there's any fish moving in, he's got one on right now. Let's see what this is. All right, so it's a little.
Not going to help. Hey, Robbie.
A small fish, you got to like the activity. But again, you get this activity. This is a pocket. He said it's his favorite stretch in the entire portion of the lake, and it's late in the day. Everything should be right for him. This could be the moment, the time that he actually jumps up near the lead.
Robbie, a lot of our viewers here on Fox probably don't know there actually are bass fishing commentators like us goons for the last couple decades working together. And I said some of those 1982, some of that footage that we got to look at, just a wild eye for fashion. What exactly do you have going on with that hair today, Robbie?
Dude, hey,
yeah, dude.
If you ran for, 40 miles down, another 25 miles up, here, let me see my hair. Oh, it is bad. It is really bad. All I know is I look good in my AFCO. I'm nice and warm.
Looks like you just woke up from a nap.
Don't bust me on the fashion right here on National.
It looks like a 920 or a 921.
Oh, yeah.
At least here.
Yeah. Robbie Floyd, thank you so much. Robbie Floyd looking good, of course, as always, is Robbie Floyd looking good there. Oh, but, I mean, come on.
Look at that.
That's the ultimate upgrade right there, isn't it?
No. He was a substitute teacher for me on the south side of Chicago right there.
Man. Principal Floyd, Assistant Principal Floyd. Jeff Gustafson hanging on to that lead for now. Very, as you said, very crucial. Now probably about half hour. That's about all the time he's got left before he needs to head back. So a very tense 30 minutes coming up. Very important opportunities over the next 40 minutes for Scott Canterbury.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Saturday on Fox, baseball is back as the Giants battle reigning MVP Aaron Judge and the Yankees, or the Phillies take on Corey Seager and the Rangers. It all begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, did you watch that World Baseball Classic last
I saw a little bit of it.
The end was fantastic.
It was interesting.
Well, I mean, not for who we were, I was rooting for, but it was ended fantastic. Listen to over there.
Hats off to the Japanese players, man. Some great performances there.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well, the fishing is continuing here with the time running out. We're going to get out to Drew Benton. Had a good early start today, but has faded just a little bit. Looking to make something happen.
Yeah.
Going to need something big to happen.
He's got 2 fish, but he's about 9 pounds back. 3 3-pounders.
Man, you just gotta keep grinding on them. I'm bouncing around trying to find the right watercolor and everything for this spinnerbait, and it's just been things have muddied up that were right, and things that were right have cleared up. So we're just trying to get in some kind of groove. This is the right color water. Now all that's got to happen is bass have got to be in here. So it's been tough because the areas that I, kind of banked on producing largemouth wise just haven't panned out. So we still got time. I'm gonna bounce around from here back to takeoff, and it don't take long when you get in an area and they're biting, and they moved up, because I caught them yesterday in less than an hour. So.
Oh gosh, I mean, guys, today's been super tough. I guess the water cooled down a little bit. We're just not getting really many bites at all. We caught a couple short ones. Oh gosh! Oh, I'm just playing. No, it's terrible. I'm just trying to keep myself awake too. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty miserable right now, at least for us. I got a feeling that something's gonna happen here right at the end, and so I'm just hanging out. I'm all in on this area. I know big ones live here, and we're just gonna stick it out and just see. I mean, Gussie probably has this thing wrapped up, hopefully, but there's always second place, which would be awesome. So yeah, we're gonna hang out and keep throwing the Fritz side. I mean, there's so much other good-looking stuff I want to throw at, but I don't know. They just seem like they're barely hitting this too, so I'm gonna kind of just keep it in my hand, just hope that fresh wave comes in off the river, and we maybe intersect them and catch 2 or 3 of them real quick at the end.
And here's to solidify how tough. Only 2 limits in our top 12 anglers.
Incredible.
Man, I sure need a big one. It's been a slow day. It's a different day for sure, but it's been slow. We don't have any wind, any clouds. I've had 6 keepers all day and very few shorts too, so it's just been really a grind out here today. But I mean, all I need is a bite or 2. I've got, some decent fish. I just need to catch a big one or 2 to be right where I want to be, and we're not far from it. We got time. We're in the best area on the lake that
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I've had 3 keeper bites today, and I only got 2. I finally got a hold of one of them big ones I've been waiting for, or, biggest one I've got a hold of in the tournament all week and then losing. It's just not getting right, though. I mean, I know we don't have a lot of time left, but it just doesn't take long if you put it in the right spot, obviously. We spent a big part of the day not putting it in the right spot. So it's hard to cover water because the wind you know, is not blowing. So for me, I'm having to drop, try to flip them. There's not that much stuff to flip. So.
Jason Christie, of course, our defending champion from Lake Hartwell last year. Take it back to 2018, his appearance at Lake Hartwell. Before that, he was in good shape heading into that final day. Looking great, maybe ready to pick up his first Bassmaster Classic win, but oh man, now wait, that wasn't winning right there.
Right there is what kind of luck we're having today.
Exactly.
That's
right. That literally was his day that day.
That was a metaphor for the way it turned out for Jason Christie.
That was his day.
That was his day. Absolutely right.
His lead very similar to Gussie's this morning. Most people thought there's no way he could not win this thing.
Absolutely agree with you.
Very similar. Very similar. Of course,
Jason Christie losing that Classic, not weighing in a limit.
But he got it back.
Exactly.
Got it back last year.
You said that, Tommy. In 2018, the eventual champion was 6 pounds 8 ounces back and won by a full 1 pound over a different second-place finisher who came up from the bottom of the top 10 as well. So there was so much fluctuation in the top of that leaderboard because a lot of guys said, I got to change my game plan completely and do something crazy if I want to make up this gap, when all they actually, if in reality, they just needed the leader to stumble a little bit and they would have been there on their normal game plan. Same thing kind of today, except,
very similar.
They don't know. The guys who are up shallow really don't have much to adjust other than maybe a few locations.
To touch on what Jason Christie just said, the wind's not blowing and I want to keep moving, but I can't. Yesterday, a lot of these fishermen that were catching their biggest fish of the day, the largemouth, were throwing spinnerbaits and vibrating jigs. And that's because the wind was blowing. When the wind lays like this, you have to slow down and fish worms, soft plastics, jigs, that sort of thing. And you just can't cover as much water. You want to try to cover as much water you can and be efficient with that. But days like today, you just can't do that.
Every single angler in our top 10, besides Gussie, needed him to slip.
Yeah.
Coming into, they all talked about it yesterday after the weigh-in, and every single one of them said, but he won't.
Right.
And their wish has come true today.
Yeah.
Well, still, Canterbury needs a 4-pound, 12-ounce fish to get close to where Gussie is, to cull out a 1.5 pounder.
But that's doable. That's certainly doable.
Yeah.
And we know it in the past, it's a lot easier to be accurate on unofficial bass track numbers when you have 1 or 2 keepers in the box compared to when you have 5. If you're off by 1/4 pound for all 5, that is a 1.5 pound difference on bass track. So all he needs to do is get within 1.5 pounds and we can almost call it even.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's a great point. Gussie's weight's not very far off.
Well, Jeff Gustafson there. His time is limited. He is a short timer in this place. He's got to spend 3/4 of an hour making that run back. And boy, with what's happened to him today, what is going to be on his mind as he makes those miles back to Knoxville?
I've got a long boat ride to get to where I'm fishing, and that's probably the most emotional part of the weekend of the tournament for me. You just think about, for me, I think about a lot of the people that have helped me out along the way and people that are gone now, and that's who I want to do this for the most.
Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, time is getting tight here. Absolutely. The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. This is the final day. The final reckoning is today. Just a little bit later at the weigh-in, Thompson Bowling Arena. Jeff Gustafson, the leader. Big margin to start his day. And could not get it going. Fell behind. Well, not fell behind, but lost most of his lead. Scott Canterbury stepped in. Jeff added another fish, so he's looking better now. But time is running out. Scott Canterbury has to do something big. Ditto for John Cox and Brian Schmidt.
Yes, indeed. Tommy Sanders Very tight leaderboard, something that we did not see coming today. Take a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake of this body of water that we've been to a couple different times in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. You look at Tellico Lake, where it connects into Fort Loudoun, and really that's the headwaters of the Tennessee River, but it is much different than the other lakes on the Tennessee River chain. Tellico, deep, clear water, and right when you get through that cut that you see your leader, Jeff Gustafson, in, start to get into dirtier water, shallow water, and that is where the majority of the largemouth have been caught this week. And really, Davey Height, looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, this is a pick your poison. If you want to fish shallow all week long, like we've seen on Fort Loudoun, or you want to go out deep on Tellico, really two different faces in this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Yeah, it absolutely is. These fishermen that are fishing closer to Knoxville, closer to takeoff, are all fishing for largemouth bass, fishing shallower from about 4 feet up to about 6 inches of water. And here's something to think about as time's winding down. We saw Gussie gas up. He has a much longer ride back. So he's only got, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, 15 or 20 minutes of fishing time left, where these other anglers, Scott Canterbury, John Cox, Brian Schmidt, and Drew Benton, will have a much shorter run. So they'll have that extra probably 15 or 20 minutes of fishing time than he will this afternoon.
That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, back on the water right now with Brian Schmidt. 4 fish in his live well.
Giant. Please stay on. Yes. Number 5. Dude, I thought it was a giant. It's number 5, baby.
Today, that is a giant. Not usual days on the Bassmaster.
It's all relative, isn't it?
And getting a limit is a giant move.
Kicked up, bro.
Our 4th limit of the day.
Smoked it.
4 limits out of 25 anglers.
Wow. Boggles the mind.
25 was the best.
Yes.
Last time there was only 13 on Championship Sunday. Of course, this year we had fewer on the days 1 and 2, from 30 down to 24 both days.
Sorry for saying giant, but I caught a 4.5 there the other day. I thought he was. There's a magic, you know, like we talked about the magic spots. Yesterday, it was just too dirty. Now, if them other ones are clean up there, might be able to do something.
Well, Brian Schmidt has not been out here with the Bassmasters very long, but he has proven himself to be a very able and a very feared competitor out here. 2 wins in the last 2 years, and he says he's going to win this one someday.
Yes! Whoa! Whoa! Come on, baby. I lost that fish yesterday. That's a nice one.
100%. The Classic is a 3-day shootout. I love 3-day events. You don't save anything. You got to have a big day, and you cannot be scared to fail. I've been fortunate to win on a lot of different levels, and my #1 goal is to win a Classic right now. I want to make the Classic every year. I'm going to try my best to do it because I want a shot at winning the Classic. That's my #1 goal going forward. But we're ready. We got the mindset of trying to win this.
Guy wins tournaments, too.
Oh, he does.
Really does.
He's the man in that region up there for sure.
We've not seen today, though. One of them big slovenly, like them in East Tennessee big largemouth. Got to see a couple yesterday at Days One.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
What might this be?
Oh,
boy.
He's got him out now. Might be what you just ordered, Z.
Needed.
Please, Lord, please.
It's definitely a good one.
Yes! Woo! Yes! Let me get this off. Woo! Big time for me, buddy. Big time. Give me some.
Yeah, man.
Yes. All right. We got some coaling to do. Let me put him in here. It's a 3.5.
Little isolated laydowns, brush piles that he marked with his sonar last weekend throughout practice. And this is the time of day, though. This is the time of day. The biggest largemouth we have seen on camera by far have been 1 to 3 o'clock.
What?
We now will have a new second place angler because that will be a 2 1/4 cull for him. He's going to get rid of a 1 1/4 for a 3 1/2, he said.
Wow.
So that'll put him just 2 pounds back of Jeff Gustafson currently.
Things looked a little dismal for him yesterday at about 11 o'clock.
Yes. Yeah.
And was surprising to all of us. We talked about that over and over. Man, he's right there where we thought he would be.
Yes.
Has 2 more 1 1/4 pounders in his live well.
He definitely has room to grow. Lost 2 big fish on day 1, Friday afternoon.
We thought the conditions would be good for Gussie, and I think the high skies and the calm winds are good for him, but unfortunately I think a lot of his fish have just moved in shallower, but they are great for what Brian Schmidt is doing.
Yes. Boy, he's going to have a long 45-mile drive today.
If he only has 2.
Yes.
A lot of things will be going on in his mind.
And if you're just checking in on this, that's Jeff Gustafson trying to be the first Canadian angler to win a Bassmaster Classic. Only the second international to ever do that. Got a great lead to start the day. And could not get it going very quickly.
Out
one
of
early.
nowhere, Tommy.
Yeah.
Comes out of nowhere.
Yeah. Oh.
Exactly.
I just realized.
Heads up, friendo.
Yep.
Last one. Power pole replay of the day. We're going to give it to Brian Schmidt getting back in the mix. Not a lot of fishing time left. Doing a little shaky head worm. Getting to his 5 bass limit, then catching this good one right here. 3 1/2 pounder for Brian Schmidt. Going to give him about a 2 1/2 pound cull. Last power pole replay of the day in this Bassmaster Classic goes to Brian Schmidt, still in the mix to win this title.
Largemouth. It didn't stay clean, but my stuff that I found is good. It's amazing how one fish can make you feel so good.
Little flurry that's going on in the lake. Schmidt's is the biggest fish by far, almost double.
Looking at him cull a few minutes ago, he's got one in there that is very small.
Very small.
He still has 2 more.
He catches a 3 pounder.
quarters.
If he catches a 3 pounder, it'll help him a lot.
Big time. Door is wide open, and if you don't know Brian Schmidt before this week, one of the winningest anglers of all time for semi-pro and pro-level tournaments. Over a dozen wins. That is hard to do in a career, and he doesn't get enough credit for being a closer on the final day. He was one of the most confident anglers I've ever talked to for having such a deficit going in the final day yesterday. Still very confident he could win this Classic.
We're going to take a quick little break here, but we're going to start with some trivia. Yeah, how about some Ray Scott trivia? Ray Scott invented this event back in 1971, 53 years ago, and it's become one of the most unique events in sports. Here's the question. What was Ray Scott's last year as weighmaster at the Bassmaster Classic? That was his job for many, many years. Was it 95, 96, 97, or 1998? Ray Scott's last year. We'll answer it when we return.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
We're running out of time. Final day of the biggest event in the year of the sport of bass fishing, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. We left you with a trivia question when we went to break here. That question was a Ray Scott centered question. And what was Ray Scott's last year as the weighmaster at the Bassmaster Classic? Was it 95, 96, 97, or 98? Davey Height?
It's a little trickeration here, Davey. I'm going to go 97.
It's 96 or 97. I think it's 97. 97.
I'm going to say 95. I'll go 95 on that. Let's pay it off. Your 97 was absolutely right. That was.
Oh, I know he was on the stage in 96 because that's when he let go of my hand and picked up George Cocker's.
No, that's not the best
so
memory.
much for you, son. Go away.
Well, coming up in 2024, something everybody's working on really hard right now. But a lot of, our sport is relatively young, half a century. A lot of the heroes of Bassman are the people who invented the sport. Well, they're going to be honored in this program called The Cast, and here's a little bit of a look at it for you right now.
I'd say it was about 2 years, maybe 3 years into the tournament when Ray started getting the heat.
He couldn't stand to be criticized, and he said, "Got to do something about killing these fish."
He's thinking, maybe there's a chance we could somehow raise the issue of not killing all these fish. Don't kill your catch was the phrase that he came up with.
We were going to do catch and release. He said it's going to be a challenge. Most boats then did not have aerated live wells.
To everyone at the time, I would think that's the impossible dream right there, because all these guys who are fishing now grew up in an atmosphere where that was what it was all about. You justified your passion for fishing by being able to bring some food home, have a fish fry for your family, for your friends. That was kind of the start of the conservation effort of B.A.S.S., all driven by Ray Scott, and that led to haunting the halls of Congress, filing lawsuits, chasing polluters out, building up habitat, and all the rest. That was the start of it. Don't kill your catch.
And the whole culture of bass fishing, they followed that. That went. It didn't just go countrywide. That went worldwide.
Absolutely, very, very important in the populations of bass we have right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ray Scott did a lot of amazing things, but that's one of them that most people don't even stop and think about.
Yeah. It was very, very important. And Ray was the man who came up with it and drove it. Out to Jay Shakurit.
Yes.
Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin, your Rookie of the Year champion, 2022 season.
All right, we got four. One more.
We saw a lot of these anglers catching these largemouth in the afternoon yesterday, even the first day. But the one thing Gussie did yesterday is he was able to catch one smallmouth late in the day that helped him tremendously. He needs to do that again this afternoon.
Oh, really? That's cool.
And Davey, of all the look, this is to connect it to golf. This is the Masters. You fish the Bassmaster Classic. Every one of them we talk. You got to earn it to hold that trophy.
I guess.
This one in particular, you're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, it's taken some work to get here.
Oh,
and it's going to
geez.
take some work to finish this thing.
We all just looked at our phones. He is down to a few minutes fishing time before he has to make a 45-mile run.
All boats check in at 3:30 today.
A few minutes.
You're exactly right, Z. We talked about it. You're going to have to earn it. This is the first Classic since I've been on this side of the desk, so to speak, that I thought, man.
Over.
He kind of breezed through this one.
Yes.
Had it won before he got here, and it has not turned out to be that way for him.
We literally said on FS1 to open yesterday, this could end up a blowout. And at the end of the day yesterday, it was a blowout.
All the way. Jeff Gustafson, of course, if you don't know the story, there was a Bassmaster Elite Series event. That's the top level of competition for the Bassmasters. 2 years after the Classic was held here in 2019. 2021, Jeff Gustafson came here. A little bit colder temperatures, and he had a different game plan than everyone else.
Definitely did. He was running down to the canal in between Loudoun and Tellico. Pretty much cracked the safe on that one. Even though that area was known, how he caught him below his boat fishing vertical with the exact same bait. Little Z-Man jerk shad, trying to make it look like one of those little threadfin shad in Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Actually did something a lot of locals said you could not do here, and that was catching a 5 bass limit of smallmouth, 18 inches or better, not just for 1 day or 2 days, but he did it all 4 days. But you could tell that little area right there in that canal, those fish are a lot wiser this time around.
My goodness.
They are, but one thing most people don't even realize is that he was telling a few people before that tournament, hey, I got a chance to win this thing, just like he did here this week.
Jeff Gustafson, our 2021 Elite Series champion, looking to go back-to-back on this body of water. It's crazy to see someone so far away, living way up in the western part of Canada, to be considered a local favorite here in East Tennessee, but he was just that. I've never seen someone, guys, that have, like, the anglers fishing against him were endearing to his spot. Like, that's Gussie's spot. Some of the guys were like, I don't want to do what he's doing, because he discovered that himself. And when we look at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, Jeff Gustafson was a favorite, but the way we bracketed these fantasy fishing anglers and putting them in the top bucket, we put the best of the best, the reigning Classic champ, Tennessee locals that we thought maybe could favor, the angler of the year from last year, and Jeff Gustafson. His percentage was only 7%. To be able to go back-to-back on a body of water, different times of the year relatively, and the different changing conditions, that would be so impressive. But he was 7%. The rest of our guys who entered the top 5 going into today, 1.3%. Brian Schmidt, the one who's making the biggest move over the last 30 minutes, only 1.5% of fantasy players chose him. John Cox, 13%. He kind of ate into Jeff Gustafson's high percentage there. And Scott Canterbury, the guy who's been on Gussie's heels all day long, 6.6%. He was in a lower bucket. The guy who really had the most percentage, though, and we thought he was going to be in it to win it through the whole tournament, Fishing Shallow, Brandon Lester in Bucket A, 25% of the people chose him, rightfully so. Second after day one, had a different game plan than Jeff Gustafson, and it looked great on day one. It looked great day 2 morning, but the afternoon did not pay off for him, and it's shocking to see him on Bass Track with, for one, less than a limit, but 1 fish or 0 fish almost all day today for Brandon Lester. He's not a local here, but he's a Tennessee angler with a lot of great momentum behind him. So for some of those people who picked a low percentage person, you could double your points, triple your points this week and cash in big time for the Classic.
Thank you, Ronnie. Let's get back out on to the water with Jay Shakurit. We were just with him a moment ago. Caught a good keeper.
Jay Shakurit with 4 largemouth in his live well.
Might be keeper.
Gonna be real close to the 14-inch minimum.
3/8 ounce Strike King structure jig with a Menace trailer. Almost the entire tournament.
Last minute. We got 5. We got about 8 spots to hit on the way in.
You see with the low water and those little rock formations, just not a lot of cover in the water. As we go to Jason Christie with a pile of cover in the water right there.
I mean, it's Jason Christie. If you're going to be covered, you might as well be in front of Jason Christie's boat, right?
And that's been the biggest challenge this time around from other times that we've been on Fort Loudoun and Tellico. I mean, if you get, it's been about 1.5 feet low this time around, you get 1.5 feet of water in here. There's so much more target-oriented areas on Fort Loudoun itself.
Yeah. That's a great point. If you've never been on Fort Loudoun, you don't realize 1.5 feet of water means everything. Absolutely. As far as cover for these fish.
It has definitely affected this tournament.
Yes. Yes, no doubt about that. A 2-pounder is what that went in and as. For Jason Christie, helps him out just a little bit there. Been to 9th place for Jason Christie in the top 10 as it stands right now. Still Jeff Gustafson on top. His lead listed as 1.14 pound over Brian Schmidt. Again, these are unofficial numbers right here. Won't be official till we get to the weigh-in. That's not too far away. Scott Canterbury in 3rd, and we will be right back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
We are rapidly approaching the end of 3 days of fishing that comprise this World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic for 2023, presented by Toyota. And what a debt we owe to the people here in East Tennessee. The community of Knoxville is a great matchup for this great, unique, one-of-a-kind sporting event. Beautiful place to visit, gateway to the Smoky Mountains, beautiful right around town here, just a gorgeous place with the Tennessee River. It's all wheeled around that. The Tennessee River is our focus, of course, during these 3 days as we try to find our champion, and that's not too long away. The final reckoning is coming up. Thank you for being with us today in this great town of Knoxville. Takeoff at Volunteer Landing this morning just set records for attendance, set back 4 years ago when the Classic was here then. So absolutely, this place is money, as they say, for a Classic, and it's great to welcome people come here to the Classic to see their heroes. Definitely one of the heroes of this point in time right now, Seth Fighter, the 2021 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Seth, thank you so much for being with us. Not being able to see you out there, that disappoints us. You treated us to the first fish of our broadcast the very first day. It was a good one, too.
Yeah, I got off to a real hot start. Just didn't work out the rest of the day. A couple of errors, but I didn't have the best practice, and caught a couple right away, and I thought I was on to something more than I was, and a couple days later I know what I was on, and here I am.
Seth, real quick, you have fished some tough events. We have called some very tough tournaments. Do you remember fishing one this tough the last few years?
Absolutely. It was the last time we were here.
Got it.
2021.
For this time of year, though, a lot of people want warm nights, a warming trend. We got that. And it just never felt like that push, that wave of largemouth came shallow.
No, not at all. The weather looked perfect for it. I looked at the weather in practice and gambled on a bunch of big largemouths hitting the bank, and I don't know if it got too warm too quick or what the deal was, but it never happened. The water was going up and down quite a bit too. That might have had something to do with it, but it just never transpired like I thought it would. I thought you were going to be able to go in the backs of the pockets, throw a spinnerbait and water that deep and catch big ones, and I didn't see it. Maybe other guys are doing it, but it didn't happen for me.
Seth, Jeff Gustafson came out here about 3 or 4 years after you got out here. You know him pretty well. Put yourself in his mind for us right now, knowing what has happened to him today. What is he thinking likely?
Oh, yeah, he's probably nauseous. I would be for sure. I mean, I'm assuming he knows he's got to catch at least 3.
right?
If not 4, to seal the deal. And sitting on 2, leading the Bassmaster Classic, going into day 3, his whole everything on the line, sitting on 2 fish. I would be physically nauseous right now, trying to do everything I could to catch another one.
Talk about Gussie as a person, on the water, off the water. You know him as well as anybody.
Yeah, he's the nicest, most respectful human being I've probably ever met.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah, like, in my opinion, he's too nice, if that's a thing.
All right. Well, let's take a look at some footage here. But actually, we'll go back to day number 1 here, and what we were just talking about, Seth, your first fish of the day. We were waiting for somebody to catch a fish, and here you come with this one right here.
Let's go. Let's go.
And you kind of thought you found something on Wednesday in the official practice day.
Yeah, I didn't get very many bites the last day of practice, but I finally saw a little sign of quality. I'd only been catching, I would catch about 9 pounds every day of practice up until this point.
I guess they are back.
And that last day of practice, I saw a couple good fish. And, thought I knew I was going to get less bites, but I thought I could catch a bigger bag, which is what it's all about in the Classic. And I was just being a full-on crackhead that morning. I was catching them cranking. I was just reeling. I didn't even know how big they were or how well they were hooked, and I was just going to swing them anyways. I was out of my mind for a couple of hours.
You were.
Anyways.
You absolutely were when we covered you. And really looking at the last few minutes of Gussie on the water right now, you are one of the best smallmouth fishermen, not just in the Elite Series. And as we're keeping our eye on the last few moments with Gussie, you knew, obviously, he won right there the last time we were here, but so many smallmouth fishermen, you, the Johnstons, Taku Ito, never found. How far did you push it in practice, or did you just look at the weather and say, scrap it, I'm going to fish for largemouth?
I never once really fished for smallmouths at all. I stumbled into one school of them, never went to them in the tournament. Looking at the weather, and then I just didn't think that canal could withstand
the beating.
Yeah, after a tournament's been won there before, all the guys watch live and all the previous stuff they've seen, I knew half our field was going to focus on that canal and try to do what Gussie did. And between that and the warming trend, to me, it didn't seem like it could possibly go down there again. But here I am, and there's Gussie.
Seth, everyone knows this is bass fishing country, the heart of intense bass fishing country, and every place here gets a lot of pressure. What is generally your philosophy when you know you're going to some place that you know just about every spot has been worked over, day in and day out for years?
Yeah, I just try to get away from it. I'd rather fish, areas that aren't near as good and have less boats around. But I mean, that's probably the most fished place on this lake, winter into early spring all year, and I mean it's still kicking fish out.
One of the things we said at the top of this broadcast on Fox was Gussie was worried yesterday with the warming trend. We had basically 5 nights of warm weather. It still seemed like, you're going to be okay. Did you feel the same way coming into today?
Yeah, after the success he had the first 2 days, but Benton's hooked up.
Benton here.
Nice little chunk.
It is a chunk. Okay. It's a good fish.
But yeah, one of these days, no one knew going into it. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, but all those smallmouths are getting on the verge.
They're going.
They're going to run to the bank.
It appears they did last night.
I gather that too from what we've seen today. But you just never know when that day is going to be,
Traditionally, tougher tournaments. You like those tournaments?
Yeah, I don't mind grinding. I like fishing when it's tough, but
exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth, we do a lot of talking when we come to cover a classic. We talk about how a life has changed. A guy wins a classic, changes his life forever. A lot of people will argue that what's on your shirt right there, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, is an equally high honor as the classic. Tell me how, did it change your life, and how did it change your life?
Yeah, it's life-changing for sure.
Yeah.
I think the classic's a bigger deal, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Just as a fan of the sport, I understand technically it's harder to win Angler of the Year just because it's the course of the year and whatnot, and this is 3 days, one tournament. But looking back, growing up, watching the sport, I remember every classic winner, what he caught them on. And when I think back of Angler of the Years, I mean, I know some guys that have won them and, you know, multiple ones or what, but I can remember, like, every single classic since I was a little kid, what bait that was won on. It's just it's just a pinnacle moment, a classic win. And, you know, and AOI's strung out over a season. It's just a lot of good finishes. And classics are all about, like, a couple real magical moments that just get burned into my brain for the rest of my life, just being a fan of the sport.
Seth, I know unless you're holding the trophy, you truly don't care who wins these things at all. I mean, I know you well enough to say that. Have you pulled for Gussie hard today?
Absolutely,
right.
Yeah. I put the boat in the water this morning, cheered him on for a couple hours. And then,
did you really?
Yeah, come and hung back out at the expo. Yeah.
You like hanging with us at the expo?
Yeah.
All right.
I do.
Exactly.
Seth, we're so glad you could hang with us for a few minutes here. We sure appreciate your time. It's always great to talk to you. You're one of the top-tier guys, and we enjoy everything that you have to say. Thanks for being here today. Good luck going on through the elite season, and we'll see you very soon, I'm sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. Jeff Gustafson still with a small lead, 1 pound and 14 ounces ahead of Brian Schmidt. Might be enough, might not. We still got everything left to play out in a very short period of time here. Canterbury, Drew Benton right there. We saw him just catch a good one as well. Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Thompson Bowling Arena right here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Some of the anglers are on their way back already. We will be back after this break in just a couple of minutes.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is presented by Toyota.
Well, tonight on FS1, the Super 6 final will be revealed and a champion will be crowned for the 53rd edition of the Bassmaster Classic. Don't miss it, 10 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. That is the dramatic end to the weigh-in. Always a lot of drama at the end, and boy, it's worth it. We're crowning a world champion. Meanwhile, right now, here we got Ronnie Moore standing by with another one of the heroes of this day in bass fishing. It's Gerald Swindle, the G-Man. Ronnie and G-Man, go.
Championship Sunday here at the Bassmaster Classic, and we're in the Toyota booth with a special guest. Everybody knows the G-Man, Gerald Swindle. Gerald, it's the Bassmaster Classic. I know you don't want to be standing here right now, but man, Fort Loudoun, it was a tricky one this week.
It was really tricky, and Ronnie, I actually practiced the scenario of if I wasn't in position to win, I didn't want to be out there. So I practiced bigger. You actually rode with me. You seen what I was trying to do, and I went for it. I figured the worst thing you could do is to go into day 3 and be 15 or 18 pounds out because you logically you can't win. So the way my tournament worked out, I didn't get bites. My deal fell apart, but I'm here with the fans, and I feel like I can do more for my sponsors. So as bad as some anglers think it is, it ain't as bad as not being able to catch them out there.
It is cool to see the line wrapped around the Toyota booth just to see Gerald Swindle and have an autograph session, but it's the Bassmaster Classic. It's cool to have Toyota as the presenting sponsor of this event. I know they mean a lot to you, but to see kind of the gathering of the fans every year at the Classic, it's special.
Well, Toyota has done so much for bass fishing and been such a great partner with Bass and how they've done things from the bonus bucks to AOI programs now and what they're involved in. It's cool to see the fans get involved with Toyota, buy the trucks. And yes, the fan base that I have is unbelievable. It's crazy to see this many people that just want to come talk to me. I'm totally blown away, Ronnie, but it also says a lot of what you guys do. JM, they put on a great show. Bass has a big platform, so if you're a young angler and you want to grow your brand, this is a platform to grow it in. It doesn't happen overnight, but you can grow your own fan base simply by fishing bass.
We appreciate those compliments, Gerald. The most seasoned angler in our Classic field, 20th Classic. That's a feat not many have accomplished. Gerald Swindle, folks, in the Toyota booth.
Well, thank you, G-Man. Thank you, Ronnie, right there. And we're on the short end of time right now.
Yes.
Jeff Gustafson hanging on as far as we know right now, unofficially 1 pound and 14 ounces ahead of Brian Schmidt. And still a couple of guys have a few casts left in the course of their day. But, boy, it's almost, as they say, all over but the shouting.
In all honesty, what are the astronomical odds that your leader basically has dominated this tournament, catching big limits of smallmouth 18 inches or better? Guys, I got to throw it to you on this. What are the odds that he, as of right now, is going to pull? And it has been one of the toughest tournaments I have ever called with you guys up here on the desk, with 2 bass on the final day of the Classic.
Yeah, no one saw this coming this morning when they took off. Everyone thought, including us, thought it might be a little bit of a struggle for Gussie, but he'll get it done. He'll catch his 5th smallmouth just like he has done the previous 6 tournament days here on this body of water. But, man, he fished his tail off the day and has not been able to put those 2 fish in the live well. So we'll see what it does. If you keep up with our tournaments, you know that Bass Track is oftentimes not within 1.5 pounds.
You're right. It's one of the oddest things that we have absolutely ever. I mean, I'm not the stats king, but I don't know if I remember a day when a guy had a lead and only caught 2 fish on the last day and was able to pull it off.
We opened up this show. We opened up this Bassmaster Classic making the comment, the one consistent on Fort Loudoun and Tellico is how inconsistent it is. It has proven that in the last 3 days yet again.
All right. Well, let's get everybody in the mood for a Classic winner. We're going to talk to, we're going to take a look at the exploits of one Davey Height back in 1999 and his Classic win. Take a look at this. You remember that day, don't you, David?
Oh, I do so very well. A day that I dreamed of my whole life.
19 pounds, 14 ounces.
Davey Height, the undisputed heavyweight champion of the bass fishing world. The Bassmasters Classic Trophy, a lifetime award he can carry proudly. A most impressive performance. A winning margin of almost 10 pounds, achieved in truly a test of the best in one of the world's great fisheries, the Louisiana Delta.
Man, oh man, that's you know, the win is so great, but how much more did it enhance it to have won by 10 pounds on that day?
Oh, it was great, and I tell people often that the second place finish that I had in the Bassmaster Classic a few years before I was able to win just put a fire inside of me that I cannot ever describe like I've had in my whole life, and to be able to win and not go into that Coliseum with my stomach in a ball of knots like I'm sure Gussie's will be, Scott Canterbury's will be. To be able to ride in there and say, okay, I'm going to really enjoy this with my family and my friends, there's no way to describe it.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to change somebody's life here today, as a matter of fact. And, we got a lot of fireworks coming up just around the corner at Thompson Bowling Arena. We look at our anglers, the 10 we've been in the boat, the top 10 to start this day, and how they've fared today, and just a day that the day zigged and we zagged.
Exactly.
We just did not know.
Taking a look at Fort Loudoun right there. There's the anglers in contention right now to stop Jeff Gustafson from winning this tournament. Gussie is on his way back, making about a 45-mile run from the lower end of Fort Loudoun back up to Knoxville.
Closest pursuers, Schmidt still fishing.
Absolutely.
Canterbury still fishing right now.
It's big. You know, he's had so much success, you can't blame him for making the run that he's made. But at this point, the final day, with it being so close, I have lost tournaments in that run back to check in.
Right.
And many tournaments have been lost when an angler has to make that long run to come back, and these other anglers are fishing a lot closer to check in. They'll have about 15 or 20, maybe even 30 minutes more fishing time than him, and that is huge on the final day of a tournament.
A lot of the anglers, when they talk to him about how to win here at this particular one and all, is just minimize your time behind the wheel.
Yes.
To go back to Robbie Floyd's motorsports analogy, but you don't want to spend time behind that wheel.
And we did not see this coming. I mean, I didn't have a clue that we'd be sitting here talking about his run in might cost him the tournament, not having enough fishing time.
Jeff Gustafson, no matter what happens for the vast majority of this tournament, he has been the man. All eyes on Jeff Gustafson, carving out something different and being able to do something that no one else was able to do, and that says a lot.
Sticking with a game plan, and really it's the two schools in Tellico, not the canal, even though he did a lot of fishing in the canal throughout this event. Finding two deep water schools, 20 to 30 feet of water. And this was day number 1 right here for Jeff Gustafson, throwing a Z-Man jerk shad, 4 inches long. 3/8 ounce Smeltonator jig head, and made it look incredibly easy the first day of this tournament. Took 25 minutes for him to fill his 5 bass limit. Marathon peak performance on day number 1. By far your day 1 leader was Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He made it look easy. How many times have we watched the Bassmaster Classic when the first day leader only took him 25 minutes to have a substantial lead, and really he spent the rest of the day just looking for another school of fish. He had found those 2, but he was not able to find another one. But it's just absolutely incredible that he was able to have a commanding lead on day 1 of the Bassmaster Classic and only fished a small percentage of water that he planned to fish in this tournament.
And has done a lot with a little. Really has only had 2 spots in this tournament. Jeff Gustafson, your marathon peak performance.
Let's take you back down, out on the water. Brandon Lester. Slow day for Brandon. Very, very tough going today. We got 1 fish in the live well, just under 2 pounds.
Still ain't gonna do it.
I think Schmidt and Canterbury, Benton are going to be coming in thinking they didn't do enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you rewind back to the 2019 Classic that Ott Defo won, it was eerily similar to what we got to see here today, which was pain.
And it's really playing out like we thought. 2 good days and maybe 1 day, middle of the pack, could be the winner. We didn't think it was going to be Gutsy having that difficult day, though.
All the things we have seen today, a very, very challenging tournament. I mean, if you're going to find a world champion, you put them on water that's not a free throw, not a cakewalk. I think we've achieved that this time around here on the Upper Tennessee River.
No, it will be a stressful championship Sunday weigh-in here in about an hour and a half.
Gussie has made all the right moves. I have to speak of that. You know, whether he wins or finishes second, he really fished perfectly the first 2 days, and today he really fished great also. His fish just moved on him, and he only had those 3 places.
Gosh, what a ride-in he is going to have today. 45 miles to think about, and then about another hour before our weigh-in.
When he won back here a couple of years ago, he did something that everyone who fishes here regularly said you just could not do. You couldn't catch limits of smallmouth for 4 days in a row, and then come back, and people said, well, certainly can't do it now that place has been worked over so well. But boy, he's on the verge of it. Very, very close. 1 hand on the trophy, but we are not quite there yet. The weigh-in starts at 3:30 Eastern time right here in Knoxville. You can see that on Bassmaster.com, and the man on the Yeti hot seat, feeling the heat. He's been feeling the heat all day long. Jeff Gustafson. Who will it be? Who will reign as world champion? Well, that is coming up. Thank you so much for being with us today. We'll see you next time.